door je verigen. Thank you, everybody. Apologize for us being late. It's been a busy night already, so see a lot of excited faces in the audience tonight, so I'm glad we're able to get back going here. All right. Do I have a motion to return to open session?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Bond and a second by Ms. Franklin. Any discussion? Ms. Osborne, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to certify closed session that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Franklin and a second by Dr. Roundtree. Any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion for student A?
Did you get that?
Say that again. Sorry.
A motion to long-term suspend student A.
Have a second?
Second.
A motion by Ms. Franklin and a second by Ms. Bond. Any discussion? Ms. Osborne, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion for student B?
I make a motion for long-term suspension with recommendation for placement.
A second?
Second.
A motion by Ms. Purcell and a second by Dr. Roundtree. Any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Abstain.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton? Yes. Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion for student C?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we long-term suspend student C.
Motion by Ms. Parton, second by Ms. Franklin. Any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. All right, and lastly, do I have a motion to appoint Gentry Locke as the law firm to conduct the third-party review adopted at the January 30th meeting?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Ms. Bond, second by Ms. Franklin. Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. All right. Now we can turn to our honors, awards, and recognitions. I'll start off with our student representatives. Representatives tonight are Joman Amin from Christiansburg High School and Naomi Ramos Mendoza from Eastern Montgomery High School. Will you please read our mission and belief statements?
MCPS is an innovative educational community. We value diversity and we are committed to equity and inclusion. MCPS empowers learners to realize success in an ever-changing global society through collaboration with communities, families, staff, and students. MCPS provides a safe, engaging learning environment and intentional exposure to positive social, emotional, and academic experiences.
All students can learn in order to pursue their dreams. Schools are safe places of joy, wonder, and creativity. Every person deserves to be loved, valued, and respected. Kindness is an essential skill of a responsible, productive community member. The diversity of our community is one of our greatest strengths. All people deserve equitable access to opportunities and resources. Every child deserves an advocate. Honoring the voices of students and other stakeholders strengthens the school community. Open communication and feedback are vital to our growth. Learning and teaching are collective efforts that begin at birth and involve the entire community. Relationship building and high expectations are foundational to student success.
Great, thank you. Next item of business is the student representative reports. Jomana, do you have a report from Christiansburg High School?
Yes. Okay. Christiansburg as a whole is coming off to a great first semester. We are extremely excited about the events that have already taken place during the month of January and are looking forward to more to come throughout the semester. Some of these events and honors include the CHS Theater Department attended the State Thespian Festival and presented their show Digging Up the Boys, which was awarded Best Costuming, Best Creative Staging, and 4 of our students received Best Actor awards out of the 15 that were awarded. On January 10th, CHS hosted the FAFSA and Radford University Promise Night, working to promote post-secondary education and share information regarding an extraordinary opportunity through Radford University. On January 25th, CHS hosted their Academic and Career Planning Night. It was a huge success with outstanding attendance, especially from the rising 9th grade class. CHS is also showing a lot of growth and success during their winter sports season, and is looking forward to post-season play and tournaments that are just around the corner. We are preparing for the start of the busiest athletic season of the school year, with spring sports just around the corner. CHS hopes to build off the success that they demonstrated during the spring of 2023. Also, we are able to hold our first student advisory council meeting for 2024 that incorporated the voices and input of 12 individuals that make up this team. Through our first meeting, students shared that CHS is thriving in many areas. This includes students are more connected, the school environment is more positive, there's well-organized and informative college prep events, there's high club engagement, students are more attentive, there's less tension and conflict in the building, and overall, the people are more attentive in class. CHS also had 3 first-place winners from the 2024 Southwest Virginia Governor's School Science Fair, which was held last week. And as we begin February, we are honoring Black History Month and its theme African American and the arts through a variety of avenues. There's Black History Month bingo and a playlist of famous African American musicians, which is utilized by a QR code all around the building. There's also pictures, quotes, and power words displayed throughout our building, and our culinary arts is celebrating the contributions of African Americans within the culinary profession. One example is James Hemmings, who served as the head chef at Monticello and traveled with Thomas Jefferson to France, where he returned with recipes such as macaroni cheese, ice cream, and French fries. We're also honoring famous African American performers by creating posters that include information about their roles in Broadway or West End roles in filming, acting, education, and training, awards and nomination, and other interesting biographical information. Also, our daily announcement honors a famous African American and a brief description of their accomplishments. Most importantly, demolition and construction has begun at Christiansburg High School, and we are extremely excited to see the movement and what the coming months will bring us. Thank you.
Great, thank you. There's a lot going on. Naomi, do you have a report from Eastern Montgomery High School?
I do. A new year begins as students get back into their classes and get ready to push through to finish the school year strong. Before winter break, EMHS held a winter band concert on Thursday, December 14th, where both SMS and EMHS played together to make sure everyone got into spirits for the holidays. SGA Club also held a necessities drive before winter break that was then donated to the MCEAP food pantry in our local community. Now diving into the new semester, taking into account the snow days and cold mornings, students have slowly but surely gotten back into the groove of our second school. Just as every other student, they're adjusting to their new schedules and ready to tackle all the new challenges. And also to start thinking of what career paths students could be interested in, EMHS held a successful academic career planning night on the 23rd of January. Seniors have already started and most likely have finished applications to their desired colleges and are working to ensure they get scholarships that they're applying to just as fast as they come. Some more positive things to note that have occurred since the beginning of the semester are the achievements of our Scholastic Bowl team that have won the Pioneer District Tournament and moved forward to regions for which they came into second place. They also went to the Super Region Tournament on February 3rd. EMHS also held a FAFSA workshop on January 31st to help students and their families submit or start on their application. Now, to mention, our Interact Club has already set a date for a blood drive with the American Red Cross team on March 1st. Students and faculty are allowed to participate and donate blood. Moving onward, I have heard of more events to come from our school clubs. We're eagerly awaiting and can't wait to see what they share with the community. Eastern Montgomery also added another club and Mustang time into the week, which will now occur on Wednesdays and Fridays. Students and teachers are very excited with this change, and students are looking forward to joining more clubs and having more time to finish schoolwork. Overall, it has been a steady start to the semester and has shown that it will be a great way to end the school year by introducing newer events and experiences to our students. Thank you.
Great, thank you both so much. Next up, we have our Teacher of the Year presentation. Dr. Wickham will recognize the 2023-24 Montgomery County Teachers of the Year. I think I'm supposed to go down there.
Participate in the Virginia Teacher of the Year program to select and to honor teachers who represent the best in teaching in the Commonwealth of Virginia and the nation. The program is open to all teachers in pre-K through grade 12, including school librarians, school counselors, and reading specialists. Candidates must be dedicated, knowledgeable, and skilled, and plan to continue in an active teaching status. The program provides school divisions the opportunity to recognize outstanding teachers and to focus positive public attention on education and the teaching profession. The Regional and Virginia Teachers of the Year will be announced in the spring of 2024, which will give the Virginia Teacher of the Year more time to prepare for the national level application process. We are pleased to announce Montgomery County's Teachers of the Year for each school at this time. Joining me will also be Mr. Patrick Moran from Horace Mann, who provides beautiful glass apples for our teachers. Okay, our Teachers of the Year by school are Auburn Elementary School, Kara Thurman, who teaches pre-kindergarten.
Thank you. Then we'll get a picture. Come here.
Okay. Bellevue Elementary, Haley Connor, who teaches 4th grade. Christiansburg Elementary School, Melissa House, who teaches 4th grade. Christiansburg Primary School, Peggy Kincaid, who is a reading specialist. Falling Branch Elementary School, Sherry Kinley, who teaches 3rd grade. Gilbert Lincoln Elementary School, Carly Hansen, who teaches kindergarten. Harding Avenue Elementary School, Lisa Gay Milliken, who's our librarian there. Next, Kipps Elementary School, Allison Dinkle, who teaches 4th grade. Margaret Beeks Elementary School, Megan Ridgely, who teaches 2nd grade. Lori Medford from Price's Fork Elementary School, who teaches 3rd grade. Our Teacher of the Year from Eastmont Elementary School, Kelly Sutphin, who teaches Health PE. She couldn't be here this evening. Also, she couldn't be here this evening because she was tutoring Stacy Hollinsworth from Auburn Middle School. She's a reading teacher. From Blacksburg Middle School, Jessica Ratcliffe, history. From Christiansburg Middle School, Joseph Caldwell, who teaches history. Shawsville Middle School, Harley McCain, who teaches 6th grade English. From Auburn High School, Becky Gosney, special education. From Christiansburg High School, Emmeline Danielson, who teaches science. From Eastmont High School, Kara Donato, reading. Montgomery Central, Angie Witt, English. Virginia Division Superintendents are invited to nominate one teacher for state-level recognition. These nominees will then be considered for Regional Teacher of the Year awards, and the Virginia Teacher of the Year will be selected from among those 8 Regional Teachers of the Year. Our Division Teacher of the Year has submitted a portfolio to the Virginia Department of Education for consideration. This year, we would like to share a little bit about our candidate through a video clip and in her own words.
I'm Candace Carrier. I'm MCPS Teacher of the Year. I do all the small engine repair classes. There's a first and second year course, and then I do the dual enrolled welding program. There are 3 different welding courses that kids can take that are dual enrolled at New River.
It's awesome. Just a teacher like her is just, she teaches us so many techniques and ways of doing it that I never thought that a teacher could do.
I tell them all the time, progress, not perfection. We are working, the goal is to get better and better every day, not to be perfect.
She's helped me grow as a person, to be kinder and nicer to my peers, and to be a better person overall, and then my welding skills have improved very much.
One of the best moments of being a teacher is getting to see that light bulb moment when they it clicks and they get it, and that's really awesome.
It's very empowering to have that presence because it makes you realize that you don't have to be a man to succeed in this field, which is very engraved throughout society.
I feel like if you can build a relationship with a kid, you can teach them anything. It doesn't matter if they've never done it, if they have no base knowledge, if they trust you and you have a mutual respect, then lots of things are possible.
A colleague shared the following information about our Teacher of the Year. Candace is a pioneer in her field. In 2008, she was hired as the first female ag teacher at Broadway High School. Just this semester, she was hired as the first female adjunct welding instructor at New River Community College. She's inspired countless female students to follow in her footsteps. She's never once asked for or expected any recognition for the work she does. In fact, she avoids recognition. I'm sure she's excited tonight. Candace knows that this job isn't about her, it's about students and colleagues. It is my honor to introduce our MCPS Teacher of the Year, who teaches welding and small engine repair at Blacksburg High School, Miss Candace Carrier.
Can we get a group picture? This may take a while, right? Just come on in. Scratch. What happened one side? Somebody said that. I'll be the middle. You used to organize. Move down a little bit.
Like I could go further.
Thank you, everybody. Congratulations. All right. Now we're up to our February Seniors of the Month. Mr. Simpson will start our presentation for Seniors of the Month.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Bregan. A very special highlight of our board meeting is the recognition of an outstanding senior from each of our 4 high schools. Photos and leadership profiles will be displayed on the screen during this presentation and will also be on display in the lobby of the central office. Our presentation format provides a snapshot of each senior along with a quote from the teacher or administrator who nominated them for this recognition. Each principal will come forward to recognize their Senior of the Month in the following order. Mr. Hurd, Principal of Auburn High School, Ms. Woodsetzer, Acting Principal of Blacksburg High School, Mr. Gwynn, Principal of Christiansburg High School, and then Mr. Lewis, Principal of Eastern Montgomery High School. Starting with Mr. Hurd.
Good evening, members of the board, student representatives, Ms. Osborne, Dr. Bregan. I'm David Hurd, Principal of Auburn High School, and I am here to announce our February Senior of the Month. So if Madison Litton and her family can join me up front. The February Senior of the Month for Auburn High School is Madison Litton. Madison is a strong student as well as an excellent member of the Auburn High School community. She's been involved in many sports and clubs and has been the recipient of several awards. She's a member of the Auburn High School varsity basketball team, the softball team, FFA, FBLA, FCA, and beta clubs. She engages in all of these activities while working part-time and still had time to be on the AB honor roll. Madison was nominated for Senior of the Month by our science teacher, who said, "Madison is such a hardworking student. She's always willing to help out her peers when they need help or they may not understand something. Madison cares about her peers and she takes pride in her work. She's an upstanding student as well as a person outside of the classroom." The traits described by her teacher will serve her well in her future plans. She would like to obtain a bachelor's degree in public health with a minor in health and nutrition. One of these undergraduate degrees will prepare her to either go on to become a pharmacist or a physical therapist. Madison's drive to succeed and her desire to help others makes her a worthy candidate for Senior of the Month. She will be successful in whatever life puts in front of her, and we're proud as she moves from Auburn High School to the road of adulthood. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Chair Hudson, and Dr. Bregan. It is my pleasure to ask Lucas Carl Murtis and his parents, Chris and Karen Murtis, to come and join me here. This is what one of Luke's teachers said about him. Luke's determination and abilities are guiding him successfully through the AP Sciences. It is apparent he comes to class prepared, as his questions convey his desire to understand and assimilate concepts. Setbacks do not defeat him, as he will put in time and effort into overcoming them. What makes Luke unique is that day after day, he pushes himself to do everything suggested and more when mastering new information. His kindness and leadership also have impact throughout our school, as he is the DECA president. He has done a fantastic job managing his leadership team and the tasks they are responsible for completing this year. He is an excellent communicator, and he is appreciated for his willingness to take initiative on all projects. He is a valuable team member to any group and a model BHS citizen. There is a positive nature to his personality. He is always respectful and honorable to fellow classmates, faculty, and staff. We are honored to have Luke Meritus as our Student of the Month.
Good evening, Dr. Bragan, members of the board, and student reps. Thank you for this opportunity to highlight one of our senior students this evening. It is my pleasure to introduce the February Senior of the Month for Christiansburg High School as Riley Horning. I would like for Riley and her family to please come forward at this time. She's super excited to give her speech tonight. When asking one of her teachers to describe Riley, they said, "Riley excelled in my DE biology class. Not only did she pick up material easily, but was able to analyze and apply that information to new situations. She also regularly helps her classmates understand the material and helps to reteach the material when they are absent or confused. Her writing is impeccable, and she has the ability to succinctly state information in a way that makes sense and is thorough. I am always impressed with her knowledge and readiness to learn. As for her character, she is a lovely student to teach. Riley is respectful, clever, funny, and intelligent. She is one of the most motivated and successful students. There is no doubt in my mind that she will succeed in whatever path she chooses to take in life." Riley plans to receive an associate's degree in computer science from NRCC when she graduates, and after high school, Riley wants to pursue a bachelor's degree in electrical and computer engineering at a four-year university. Congratulations, Riley. Good job.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Bragan. It is my pleasure to represent Eastern Montgomery High School in recognizing our February Senior of the Month, Ashton LaFawn. Ashton is here with her family, and I ask them to come forward at this time. I'd like to read a quote from Rachel Colby, the EMHS band director, highlighting Ashton's qualifications for this honor. Ashton LaFawn is an exceptional student, passionate leader, and a wonderful human. She has served our band program as a performer, drum major, and this year added community liaison to her resume. Ashton helped me greatly during my first year as a director in a new community.
She was able to kindly keep me informed of the traditions and expectations Elliston and Charlottesville had of their band programs, and she possesses an open mind and heart to different ideas and thoughts. She has shown true kindness and maturity by volunteering at her church and working with the youth of our community. Ashton also finds the time to be a successful entrepreneur of her own custom t-shirt business. Ashton will find success in any of her endeavors in life because of her perseverance, positive attitude, and fortitude. It is a privilege and joy to be an educator in Ashton LaFawn's life. We congratulate Ashton as the EMHS February Senior of the Month.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. The board will take a 10-minute break to thank our honorees for being here today. Okay, everybody, we'll go ahead and get back to our meeting here. Our next agenda item is public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear from students, parents, employees, and community members about education matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. We have the option to extend in 30-minute increments, which Ms. Osborne will remind us of. If there are additional speakers after 90 minutes, the board will continue with their business meeting and hold one additional 30-minute session at the end of the business meeting. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. I will call each speaker up by name in the order that they are signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when their time is up. Please state your name and the area of the county you live in. The first speaker is Natasha Croy. And the next speaker after that is James Lyons. So we have Natasha Croy.
Natasha Croy, I live in Christiansburg, and I am here to share a no contact order that my 8th grader was forced to sign without parental notification. This was concerning his 6th grade ex-girlfriend who he had not had contact with for over a year. 2 weeks prior to this incident, he received detention when the student, along with 2 other students, reported him to the bully and tip line for non-threatening posts he made on her friend's TikTok videos. Mr. Ray would not return my calls, so I called the police department, because they are on the letterhead, to find out the document is not actually from the police department and contains the name of a retired chief of police. The school resource officer signed the document but was unaware of the allegations and told me, quote, "It is not legal, not worth the paper it is written on. It is only meant to scare kids." I met with Mr. Knott. Mr. Ray did not attend our meeting, so still no details about the allegations. Mr. Knott destroyed the document. After 9 days, I finally get an email from Mr. Knott stating, "The teacher does not recall the incident the female reported, but is aware the students don't like each other." My son was mortified and has since transferred to Auburn. I notified Mr. Knott that one of the girls has since emailed my son through the school account. I was assured that he would investigate, but when I asked Mr. Knott if the girl's parents were aware the no contact order had been destroyed, he stopped responding to me. I attempted to contact the girl's mother for details, but she's not interested in speaking to me and informed me I should contact the school for information. She did seem unaware that the no contact order had been destroyed and was under the impression that Mr. Ray had met with my son and I. I submitted a FERPA request on December 18th. This federal law gives me the right to view my child's discipline records and request revisions. As of today, I still do not have those records. Some concerns that need to be addressed. Is it legal to request a child to sign a document on police department letterhead without parental notification? Is documentation required when a child is brought to the office and disciplined? What is your time frame to report an incident to parents? Is this document used at all schools? Does Blacksburg print their no contact orders on Blacksburg Police Department letterhead? This could provide a false sense of protection if a student signs this instead of seeking police involvement for a true threat. Please provide education to our kids on reporting. The bully and tip line is not the appropriate place to report an incident if you feel threatened. And Mr. Ray should be dismissed as he cannot even mediate bickering between middle school students and has used this document to bully and intimidate my son. How many principals and dean of students does CMS have, yet this was escalated to a no contact order without documentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roy. Next up is James Lyons, followed by Madison Mann.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Bragan, members of the board, student reps. My name is James Lyons. I live in Christiansburg, Virginia. I'm here to speak concerning the calendar committee, which I am a part of, and to not necessarily rehearse some of the things that were shared a couple of weeks ago at your meeting on my behalf by Ms. Parton, which she had my full permission to do, but really to express some concerns about where the calendar stands for the upcoming year and to offer maybe a suggestion. First and foremost, my real concern and my real, if you want to call it being miffed, had to do with the presentation of the calendar that you were given a couple of weeks ago seemed to have the calendar committee's stamp of approval on it. It didn't. We did our due diligence, as we always do. I've been on the calendar committee a couple of different times, and we were told, like normal, it would go through several committees and then be brought back to us with any changes. Apparently, it did go through at least some committees, or was presented to some people, but it was never brought back to us, and then perhaps presented as if we did actually approve of the calendar and the changes that were made. Really, my concerns are about two of the changes that were made without our approval or without our even consent with it. The first one has to do with changing the week-long spring break. We were given the directive to try to fit that in there. We did so around Easter, and then it was moved to coincide with, I believe, at the end of third quarter, which coincided with Tech and Radford's spring break. There's a myriad of reasons that I don't believe that is a good idea. I'll share those maybe at a different time. Secondly, the directive was given to us that we needed to have a 180-day school schedule, which I am in full support of. I believe we need the instructional time. Our test scores that are as they currently stand, I think, prove as much, and we need to do our very best to make that a reality. My suggestion is simple. I think you're being presented a couple of different calendar options tonight, both the one that was presented to you a couple of weeks ago and then a new one with a couple of changes. Might I suggest that you take it back to the calendar committee, let us vet it, and look at it, and then give you another recommendation. I do plan to stay here for the calendar presentation tonight, so if you'd like to call me back, I am more than happy to come up here and share some more thoughts. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Lyons. Next up is Madison Mann, followed by Glenn Chilcote. We have a Madison Mann. Okay. Then we'll move on to Glenn Chilcote, followed by Kimberly Williamson.
Chair Hudson and members of the board. My name is Glenn Chilcote and I live in Blacksburg. As a teacher, I was taught to plan for everything. I don't stop at planning engaging lessons. I try to plan for every possible outcome that could happen in my classroom. So when I sat down to comb over the budget, I began to think like the teacher that I am, and I realized that we might need to plan for some different outcomes. I've been doing this long enough now to know that the Board of Supervisors will probably give us less than what we're asking for. They always do. So if we don't get what we need, what then? And I know we're not there yet. You haven't even approved the budget. I'm a step ahead of you, but I need you to catch up. Now, one thing I do not want you to consider is passing any additional healthcare costs on employees. This would diminish the proposed 5% raise that is so deserved, especially when we're struggling to attract and retain custodians, and teachers make less than the state and national average. I know this is not the current plan, but I want you to be ready when tough decisions need to be made. MCPS is the second largest employer in our county. An investment in support staff is an investment in Montgomery County. An investment in educators is an investment in Montgomery County. Please ask hard questions tonight. Think about every possible scenario from now and in the future, and please continue to support the hardworking students and employees as best you can. Now, since I have a minute, I would like to address the calendar situation. If you asked any employee of MCPS about committees in general, especially the calendar committee, they would let you know that it's kind of a joke. And it's always been, it's not a Dr. Bregan problem. This is every calendar committee. They get together, they do the calendar, it's presented to the board, you all do what you want, it changes immensely. So the idea that this calendar committee did not have or did have its stamp of approval, past precedent negates that completely. Because every calendar, and I've been here for over 15 years, I have seen come from the calendar committee and then something completely different is done. Now, we should have committees, and I wish that their recommendations would be taken seriously. However, I was a part of the professional development committee. We worked for an entire year. That position was changed. That person was put back into a school. The work from that committee is gone. No questions asked. So when we're thinking about this, let's just remember that it's a suggestion. There's lots of factors put into play, and no one committee has the power to do things. It's you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chilcote. Next up is Kimberly Williamson, followed by Bob Beard. We have Ms. Williamson. Okay. On to Bob Beard.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. There's a lot on the agenda for tonight, isn't there? First, I want to say thank you to Dr. Bregan for addressing the loss of learning, trying to get up to 180 days. We got to 177, so you did increase it. I want to say thank you, and I want to say thank you to Mrs. Parton as well, because she's the only school board member I've heard for the last couple of years who really wanted to address the school board loss of learning as well. So thank you as well. So at least we're moving in that direction. All right, so it's about money, right? What has outpaced inflation? Okay, what has outpaced inflation? Only I could find was the school budget. So since 2014, the school budget has increased 38.7%, while the cumulative price increase has been 28.7%. And this was done without a teachers union and without a county tax hike. So when you guys get together tonight, you look at the budget. I want you, those who whoever votes yes for this budget recognizes the only way to pay for such an increase is a major tax hike on the citizens of Montgomery County. That's the only way to do it. What is the growth of the county? We just went to that joint session, and they said it was $4 million. $2 million is one time only, so it's a $2 million growth. That's 1% growth. We're asking for 11% increase in MCPS budget, and we have a 1% growth in the county. That means there's not money in the county. Even with inflation, we only have 1% growth. You guys have a record number of kids who are qualifying for lunch assistance. So, it's rather scary when you consider inflation, what we're asking for, what you guys are asking for. Some other quick notes. MCPS enrollment continues to decline. In 2005, the cost per student was $8,000. With this budget, it's going to be over $15,400, almost double the cost compared to 2005. Your homeschool trends, you got more and more kids are being homeschooled. Let's see what else is important on here. I paid $600 for my 3 cars for property tax, just to have the right to drive my car in this county. It's just outrageous what it costs to live here, and we just can't afford to have a big old tax increase just to increase the MCPS budget. We got to figure out different ways and different solutions. Here's some solutions. One is we appear to have major issues with discipline and truancy, and last year you guys got rid of your truancy officer and division officer. So I propose we put that person back, and we have less than, what I understand, only a handful of equity issues, and we remove that position. So we add back in the discipline and truancy position, and we eliminate the equity department. And that would save a good amount of money, or at least break even. And the other ones is to redraw the district lines. You got East Montgomery High School, you only got 250 students. Auburn High School's only got 325. By redrawing those issues,
Sorry, Mr. Beard, your time is up.
I'm sorry, thank you.
All right. I think that concludes public address. Next up are our consent items. If no one wishes to move an item out of consent, we will consider these items approved.
So moved.
Okay. Next up are the financial reports. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of the bills as presented?
I move
So
to pay
moved.
the bills.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Bond and a second by
Second.
Dr. Roundtree. Any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. All right, we are now to the business meeting portion. We'll start with a report from Dr. Bragan.
Thank you, Chair Hudson. There's a few things I'd like to go over. The first is, this is School Counseling Week, and I'd like to read a proclamation that's further down on the agenda for the school board to vote on. It reads, whereas school counselors are employed in Montgomery County Public Schools to help students reach their full potential, and whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development. And whereas school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children. And whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves. And whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society. And whereas comprehensive developmental school counseling programs are considered an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve success in school. Therefore, we, the Montgomery County School Board, do hereby proclaim February 5th through 9th, 2024 as School Counseling Week. All right, you all will be voting on that in a little bit. Next up, I would like to do is recognize a teacher at Auburn Middle School. His name is Philip Ashby, and he's currently working with the Virginia Space Grant Consortium that is going to have his classes participate in a challenge, and the challenge will be Plant the Moon Challenge this spring, and it's sponsored by the Institute of Competitive Sciences. This is just one of the examples that you saw the teachers here tonight, our Teachers of the Year, that exemplifies what our teachers do to go above and beyond. To enhance the instruction he was doing in his technology class, he became aware of a grant that was mostly related in Northern Virginia, but they still didn't have enough recipients to complete it, so he applied. And when he applied, he got accepted. And now our students are going to be competing in this nationwide activity. It's something we should be very proud of. And I happened to be fortunate enough to be at Auburn Middle School when one of the activities they had, they were launching model rockets. It was actually pretty windy down there, like it typically is in Reiner. But it was great. The enthusiasm on the children to be that excited about an academic endeavor that hopefully could help them lead their futures into STEM activities and programs in college. It was exciting, and I'm commending that teacher publicly for taking the initiative and moving forward with that. You're going to find on the agenda tonight, a little further down, some supplemental appropriations. One is for the Eastern Montgomery High School track, and that would be for the architecture and planning fees. We need to move forward with that. I'm a little frustrated where we are, but we're getting there, and hopefully it'll be completed. It won't be ready for this spring season, but definitely for next season, with an anticipated completion date of August of this year. So we're excited to finally bring that to fruition. But we have to get the planning and the architect fees, all that taken care of first. Next, you will see something there called the Esports Arena at Auburn High School. I'm not sure if people are familiar with esports, but it's really a national trend that is growing everywhere. Over 600 colleges offer teams and programs as well as scholarships in esports. And we have some of our students currently participating in Blacksburg High School. We have a team there, but we don't have a facility. We can't do our live streaming. We can't really enhance the curriculum. So you'll find the supplemental appropriation for a company that's on our vendor list through CDW to do the planning and design phase and come back with a presentation for y'all. I think we're scheduled in April. But it's exciting for me, and I think it's us moving forward. 5 years ago, I had no idea what esports is. When you start to do some research and look into it, it is a humongous trend globally, and it's a great opportunity for our children. So you'll see the appropriation to provide the fees for the planning for that. I want to do a highlight about our before and after school program. Prior to the beginning of this school year, the contracted before and after care child care provider gave the district notice that their firm would no longer be providing these services for the next year, that they were retiring and trying to downsize and do things like that. And in the meantime, a local child care firm offered to step in and provide their services to the district temporarily to fill the need until we can get an RFP out and get somebody hired for next year. Well, we put out an RFP in October. We had 7 firms respond with proposals for this service, including the firm temporarily providing the services. Negotiations were conducted with all 7 firms, and the competitive score, and the committee scored to make an award. The committee unanimously chose a local provider, Heart and Hand Early Developmental Center, located in Christiansburg. Their services are slated to begin in the 2024-2025 school year. The firm has received a temporary state approval to operate in our 6 elementary schools for the remainder of the school year. We look forward to working with this firm. It was a nationwide search. We had people competing that were larger companies, and it's great to see that our local provider came in with a better price and came in with a better curriculum and better opportunity for our families, and it's somebody right in our back door, in our backyard, so we're really happy about that. Board Chair, I think that's all I have at this time.
Great, thank you, Dr. Reagan. All right, so in recognition of the extraordinary efforts of our MCPS school counselors to support our students, MCPS would like to proclaim February 5th through 9th, 2024 as School Counseling Week. Do I have a motion to approve the National School Counseling Week proclamation as presented?
So move.
Second?
A motion from Ms. Franklin and a second by Ms. Purcell. Any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to approve the supplemental appropriation to the fiscal year 2023-24 Eastern Montgomery High School track project in the total amount of $60,000?
So move.
Second.
Man, y'all beat me to the punch. I
go
was
with-
ready to motion that.
With Ms. Franklin as the motion and Dr. Roundtree as the second. Any discussion?
Yeah, just been waiting for a long time to get
Amen,
this going.
amen to that. And thank you, Dr. Bragan and the administration. That's something that's been needing to be done for a long time. So thank you guys so much for expediting that as quickly as you could and getting it fixed for those students. So much appreciated.
Okay, great, thank you. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to approve the supplemental appropriation to the fiscal year 2023-24 Auburn High School Esports Arena project in the total amount $40,000?
So moved. Second.
A motion by Ms. Bond and a second by Ms. Parton. Any discussion?
Yes. So listening to Dr. Bragan and getting more information about this project, I think it's going to be a wonderful opportunity for our students. However, as we are in the middle of budget and we know that our support staff is not compensated as they should be, and that we may be trying to put an extra burden on our employees with the health care plan, I think we should hold off on this and put this money toward our budget.
Just if I could just clarify that, these are capital appropriations, and the capital funds are already designated to capital that we couldn't improve we couldn't put them in our operating budget.
Okay, so let's put it somewhere else in the budget with capital.
Can I, with this, do you have a list of things that would be fixed in the sports arena? I mean, is it like things that'll be added to the football field or to?
I might have misrepresented that. It's an esports arena. It's going to be a renovation of a space we have at the high school. It's not going to be for outdoor sports. Esports.
Gotcha, okay.
So it'll be totally computer-based inside.
Oh, gotcha, okay. I was thinking that was just, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Ollie,
I
sorry.
mean, if you look at some of the stuff, and before we ask you for the big spend on the project and what it would ultimately cost, we're going to have somebody come in and present and talk more at length about it. But it's basically an idea for provide opportunity for kids, especially kids that typically wouldn't be viewed as our captain of the football team, an opportunity to participate in sports and be really successful and enable more kids to get that hook that gets them engaged in school and potentially could provide them college scholarships and beyond.
And I understand that, but maybe if we'd had the presentation before we were asked to approve it, we'd have a better idea of this. And coming in the middle of our budget discussion, $40,000 can go a long ways to take care of some of the needs we have right now.
Well, and another view on that, as far as some of the things that, and I understand, not that it's always about fields and outdoor sports, but we've had a lot of groups come forward and say, hey, we need this to be like the other, as far as clocks and things like that. So it would be hard to or put money toward one when we do have schools that have certain things on their playing fields and facilities that other schools don't have. So that's another view of that.
Well, I, for one, will definitely say I'm excited about the potential for an esports program here in Montgomery County. It's definitely a growing sport area in terms of electronic sports. Bradford just started a major program there, has an awesome youth facility, and to me, I look at it like the robotics program they have out in Christiansburg. Right, this is going to be a draw from other schools around the county, and this kind of gives Auburn their special thing to draw folks out there. Obviously, we'll have to see what that plan comes back with and how expensive it's going to be, and I do agree with Ms. Frankloni to account for the cleaning and the maintenance of that space as a part of that plan. But I think it's a great opportunity. Any more discussion or opinions?
Sure. Is the plan that this would be at a caliber so that it could host local and state level competitions?
100%.
Anything else? Okay. Ms. Osborne, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond?
I'm going to go ahead and vote yes, because I do feel like we need to, even though there are things that the money could go toward, it's important to involve all students in different walks of sports and different extracurricular activities. So I'm going to vote yes.
Ms. Franklin?
I'm voting no for reasons I've already said. And one of the biggest ones, this was not put before us for presentation so we could make a decision whether we wanted to move forward with this or not. No.
Dr. Gitry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes, and I'm going to say yes, not because I don't think maybe that funds could go somewhere else, but with Dr. Bragan stating that these are capital project funds and we cannot use them for certain specific things that have been requested to us, and I know that we do have things that we could get started on with this money in anticipation of making money and helping our students, so that's why I'm going to say yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 opposed.
Motion carries. All right, we are up to the 2024-25 school calendar proposal. The administration has provided 2 calendar options for review and discussion. The floor is now open for questions and comments.
So I would just like to thank Mr. Lyons to come speak this evening. He had let me know yesterday that he was planning on coming to publicly speak on the calendar committee's behalf. And personally, my opinion, just as me as a school board member, I would like to maybe act on the proposal that Mr. Lyons put forward about having the calendar. I know there's 2 different ones that are done now. One was the previous calendar and one that looks like it's been worked with some. But I do feel like if we are going to make a committee to do this, that it should be approved by the committee before it's brought to the board. However, I would also like to say that since we had stated several years ago, and I know there's a lot of you that weren't here or even on the board at that point in time, I do still feel like the board should have parameters and some type of say at the calendar. So before that goes back to the committee, I would like for the board, if it is the board's will, for us to be able to set some parameters by the board as well.
Can I clarify, just as we enter into discussion, is the only principal difference between these 2 calendars the duration of the spring break and the location of that teacher workday that follows it?
That's correct.
I'm going to weigh in on the committee situation. I understand, I appreciate everyone that does a committee, but I do agree all the years that I've been on the board, most of the time, even what's put forth for us to vote on is very different than what the committee sends. And that I believe that the committee's put together to establish a base, but we're all elected from our communities. And that doesn't mean that we have to take everything that everyone says and we don't all agree and within our boundaries, and we're here for the whole county. We're elected by that community to listen to their needs. That's why they put us here. So each one of us has to bring to the table what we feel our community needs. And I'm going to say once again, everyone that I've heard from is not supportive, and I'm not supportive of a spring break, whether it's short or long. Now, I would entertain the idea of adding a day or 2 more to what is on the spring weekend, which I call Easter weekend, but the spring weekend, and I could entertain that idea. But in March, and I understand a teacher workday is not the same as a day off or having a closed day, but it is a day that students aren't there. So not only would there be so many days off the week before, then that Friday as well, parents are going to have to find daycare or suitable care for their students or their children. So that's not only spring break, but another day in that month. And I just can't, it's a lot of time. I just can't support that. Child care is expensive. We don't have enough of it. It's hard enough. Our students need to be in school. And I had a parent come to me and speak about a special needs child, and they said it's twice as hard when they're out and then have to come back, and then the next week out again, and then have to come back and get back in that habit. And it's just, I encourage them to either come or send an email, but sometimes that's just not workable for parents. So I'm speaking out for them. I can't support either one of these calendars. Now, like I said, I am willing to entertain a vote toward adding the 17th an extra day at Easter weekend, or, even the 22nd. But at least at that time, that gives parents an opportunity. Maybe they might be off from work, not only just parents that work at Virginia Tech and Radford. I understand they're a large employer, but they're not the whole employer. So, but there are a lot of parents that are off that weekend, so.
Can I ask a question, Ms. Bond? So you started your comments by suggesting that you'd be more comfortable if a couple of days from what is proposed here in spring break is moved to the week of the Christian holiday of Easter. So basically it's just shifting, and then you ended your comments by saying that there's a burden on families who have special education needs. So I'm trying to reconcile the two perspectives there, because basically you start by just shifting back to, to a later date, and then arguing, well, I guess if you could help clarify your comments.
I did explain myself on that, though. I did share that more parents are off the weekend in April around Easter weekend. A lot of businesses are closed on Good Friday. So I had shared that there might be more opportunity for parents as a whole, not just employees, of what we had talked about the other meeting of Virginia Tech and Radford and our teachers or staff members. That's what I had shared, that there would be more maybe opportunity to have some home daycare that weekend, and I could entertain adding another day right to that weekend to give a little bit more break there, because there's a teacher work day in March. So it would be spring break and then the following Friday that parents are going to have to find daycare for students. So that.
So it's my understanding that some of the surrounding communities do have a full week of spring break, if I'm not mistaken, in March and not in late April. And I think that's Salem, Roanoke, Botetourt. Is that correct? So if you look at our surrounding communities, they seem to have figured this out. And I don't know if it's a novelty in those communities. So I think proposing a spring break in March is not out of line with what's happening in our region. Am I mistaken in that?
There are schools, I don't remember off the top of my head, Ed, whether it was Salem or not, but there are schools that have a week off for spring break. Some are earlier in the March and some are around the Easter holiday. But there are, in the region, there are several, I would say the majority, have off for a week in the spring.
To that count, Dr. Bragan, though, aren't they going later and more days than we are? Quite a few more?
Exactly.
I'd have to check that. I don't want to
I believe they
misquote off
do.
the top of my head.
I think they do.
I think when you gave us the information, we were second to the last on the
Number of days, length of school day, with the
Right.
exception of Botetourt.
exactly. So right.
Both of these proposed calendars have more days than we've been having. So it is kind of getting closer to the goal of having 180. Like I said before, my constituents really want that week-long spring break, and it's also just very well placed because it is at the end of a marking period. It's the end of the third quarter, extending, I think, the days around Easter. If you count back from the last day of school, you're kind of in the thick of test prep for finishing up the year, and that's really disruptive to have that break and then have to gear up for that last push. And just personally, as a parent who has been trying to work when I don't have those days off and figure out what to do with my kids when many things are closed, it's pretty stressful. And I've actually had several Easters without my family because I have to work and they can go and visit relatives and things like that with my husband because he has a different schedule than I do. I do think that the 6th day for in the first calendar version that seems like a lot. I think maybe sticking to one full week without that extra Monday also would be something I would ask to consider.
Yeah, and I think we can get rid of, or we can get up to 180 days relatively easily with this calendar. Get rid of that 6th day for spring break. We can take off the Monday after Easter and then add a day at the beginning or end.
If I may, it's not getting you to 180 days, it's getting you to 100 and, Dr. Bragan, is it 173 or 176?
We're at 177 with this calendar currently. I just added 3 days. The total's in the bottom right-hand corner of the calendar.
Okay, but it's not 180.
It's 177 currently. I suggested, Dr. Bragan?
I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, that I'm.
The two samples we have here is the one has 177 days and the one has 179. The one with that full week in March is 177 instructional days. The one with the 3 days in a row in March is 179 instructional days. The calendar we have now, I believe, like the present one was 173 days, I think.
Right.
So the Monday after Easter, Monday after spring break, and add a day at the beginning or end.
Well, the end there might not be the highest quality education day.
Well, and if I remember, one of the things that the teachers wanted was that Monday after Easter break. That was if I'm remembering correctly, that was one of the days that they had asked for.
Right. Yeah, I've also heard them asking for a day in September as well, because they're in school with no teacher workday from August 6th to October 17th. Sorry, October 16th. 17th is a teacher workday. So we can move some of those days around too, so that we accommodate that. Moving that day to September, again, taking off the Monday Easter day and adding a day at the beginning or the end, gets us to 179, the same as the previous calendar, the second option calendar.
The MCA leadership shared with me some of their survey results. Now, I don't remember exactly how many people they surveyed, and I'm sure it's not the entire instructional staff, but the top 3 items that they thought were important from the survey from the staff that participated were, the first one was having the full day off before Thanksgiving, when the initial proposed calendar had a half a day. The next, number 2 priority was having that long work break in the winter between Christmas and New Year's. And the third was if they could have a week off for spring break, were the top 3 priorities that were shared with me.
In the calendar currently, do we have any early release days?
I don't believe so.
I also have a question. One of the things that I heard was that if you added a teacher workday to September, the 2 halves of the year might be off and the number of instructional days might be off. Am I understanding correctly? Because I do think that shifting a couple of those teacher workdays makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, it would be nice right after spring break for them to have that day, but I've also heard that they need another day earlier in the semesters, in the quarter.
I think in answer to your question, Dr. Goody, both of the calendars have more instructional days in the second semester than the first. Right, the first calendar has 87 instructional days. The second has 92. And the same calendar, the second semester has 92. And in the second proposal, there's 87 days, instructional days in the first semester and 90 in the second. So I think what you're saying, if you would move one of those days towards the fall semester?
Yeah, I heard that there just wasn't a lot of give in the fall semester because it was going to make the two halves uneven, and I didn't know if that had any impact on reallocating one of those teacher work days to September and say the other to the January, February, because that's what I've heard is that particularly at the primary school level, that they wanted to have those critical teacher work days earlier because there is a long time before the fall break in that first quarter.
I think we'd have to look at that because if we made a work day, that would make that initial semester from 87 to 86 days, which would be less instructional days in that first semester than in the second in both of these scenarios. I mean, it's open for discussion. We could take a look at anything. I know that was one of the reasons why we added the fall break around Virginia Tech, have an early release day on that Thursday football game, and then Friday give that time off. Point well taken, though. We can do anything.
I guess I'll jump in, sort of have a lot of the same thoughts that have kind of been shared, but I mean, for me, I went through most of our surrounding calendars just to kind of do an assessment of where we stack up with most of them. And, the Botetourt, Roanoke County, Roanoke City, Franklin County, Salem, Pulaski, and Radford all have week-long spring breaks independent of Easter. Now, in most of those cases, those schools either start a week before us or end a week after us to kind of account for those extra instructional days. And that's not something that we've necessarily discussed on our calendar. Perhaps if we want to gain more instructional days, maybe that's a way to do it. But I do agree, it doesn't make sense for us to not at least look at a spring break when most of the surrounding counties around us do it. And again, independent from Easter. Most of them have a separate Easter weekend, right? Not all, but most do. So again, they can find a way to do it. So for me, it's two separate issues, right? Either we do a spring break or we don't. And if we do, we decide when we want to do it, right? So, because there are people who want to do it around Easter, there are people who want to do it around Tech, and there's arguments on either sides of that. But I mean, I think it would, as a starting point, let's make a decision whether we want to entertain a week-long spring break or not. Because right now we're doing a 4-day spring break this year already. So what's the difference? We also have way more teacher work days, which is what's accounting for a lot of those days that we're trying to add. We've already trimmed out a lot of the teacher work days, which is gaining some of that instructional time back. But for every person who comes in and says a day off is impactful to them, we can march another person here who says at that point in the year, teachers and students are burnt out and they need the break. So, we can do that all night.
Okay, so for me, I have to agree with the childcare issue that we have. It is huge. Trying to find childcare that is affordable is a horrible thing that we have in this county and actually across the country. It should be one of those things that's just provided. So I'll be honest, I have a hard time with a whole week for spring break.
I think everybody's had a chance now to speak. I would say, for me personally, like having a week off is actually working against my self-interest in a way, because my children are old enough now where I can leave that at home. And if I had a couple extra days to do work free of responsibility, I wouldn't mind that. But I have heard that the MCA, that's one of their priorities, they'd like a week. I know that there is a child care crisis. It seems to me that that is true not only here, but in our region. Nevertheless, the school divisions around us are doing it, and I think that this is an opportunity to try a week off. I mean, I think that's reasonable. I mean, if the will of the board is to make it a little shorter, I think, that would be the will of the board. But I don't know how the child care crisis impacts whether we have a spring break or not.
Okay, I don't mean to drag this out, but I'm going to stick to our kids need to be in school. That's just the bottom line. We need more instructional days. We've got facts and everything to prove that our kids need to be in school. And our most challenging students, the ones that are in the, poverty level in different community areas, really suffer when we have too many long breaks. I don't think people really think about things like that. And I had brought that up before. I had brought up stuff other than just the other educational need parts, even aside from childcare. These students suffer. And I also was thinking that the days in the second semester, because we do have to worry more about snow days in the second semester, so we probably do maybe want to have some more instructional days to kind of maybe make up for maybe some missed snow days. And then the Blacksburg student rep at our last meeting made a huge point, which we've got seniors and juniors losing 2 extra weeks of school because the week before SOLs, most of them don't have it. If they're there one day. So they're at least there not 3 or 4 days of the testing week. And then seniors lose a whole week of the last day, at the end of school. So if you factor those days in too, that's a lot of time not there. And I do know that I think our teachers report 188 days, Dr. Bragan. That's the lowest in the state.
If I may, can I speak? So as a student, I do agree with the child care and also educational purposes. But I do know a few other students who do take challenging classes, and although I do agree with the snow days and how we miss school and all that, that usually is at the beginning of the semester, and when at the beginning of the semester we don't usually have much classes, and it's just getting us back into it. So there's not much stress between that time, and I think for me personally, a week long would be good for students. I do agree that some students do need more education. Some students do slack off and stuff, but me personally, I feel since I do take a lot of challenging classes, I get really stressed, and I would like a break because if I am stressed, I can't perform to the best of my abilities because and it could also just be because I am older and I know how to take care of myself when I'm home. And, my parents work, so I'm able to take care of myself. But I don't know. I think it is a tough issue to talk, or a tough topic to talk about. But for high schoolers, at least, they are able to take care of themselves. And they are more stressed with classes. And they would like a week long so that they can perform to the best of their abilities when they come back to school. And they have gotten sleep. They haven't had to worry about work and stuff like that. So that's just my opinion on it. Thank you.
If I can just talk about that. So I go to Southwest Virginia Governor's School, and usually none of our breaks line up with high school. So we never really get a long enough break. But I think it's beneficial because it's hard to take a week long and then go back to school like it's normal. I feel like a week long is kind of too long. And especially when you're taking hard classes, I feel like it's hard to stay consistent with the content you're learning and just go back like nothing happened. I feel like a week is too long, but one day after Easter break, I feel like that would work, or a day before, that would also work. But I just believe that a week for spring break is just a little too long for people who are taking like really hard classes to the point where they need those instruction days. They need to stay consistent with the learning to like actually engage with it, like information and do well on tests and AP exams and stuff like that. But that's just my opinion.
I agree with what you said. Maybe not a week long, but like maybe 3 days extra of break and stuff like that. But yeah, a week long could be pretty long.
So I mentioned this at our last meeting, this discussion, that when we're talking instructional time, are we taking into consideration all the distractions that we have? The biggest one being cell phones. And looking at that policy to see what we need to do to make sure that our students, when they are in the classrooms, are actually not distracted from what they're supposed to be learning. So we could have them in there 20,000 days, but if they're all on their phones, it doesn't make a difference. And I'll say again, I'm for year-round schools.
Okay, board, so we need to come to some stance for what kind of guidance we want to provide the administration. We're not voting to deny it, but we need to guide them for what to bring back to us to vote on.
Okay,
We've got two calendars in front of us right now. Are we don't want to ask the calendar committee to come back with a recommendation? Do we not want to go that route? And
Is there that work day on the 21st? Is there any moving that on the second calendar, say to, I don't know, the third week of September or something like that? I mean, I'm just trying to, not that I'm completely for that, I'm just trying to find a way to have those couple days there without having another day the next week. It's just kind of know what, I mean, it's still 4 days.
Well, that'll satisfy the need, right, that Dr. Guthrie said that he had heard from staff to get it closer in the beginning of the year in that first semester. And as Ms. Parton said, maybe it's not a bad idea to be a little heavier in the second semester because the likelihood of a snow day or two is
And that's true.
going to happen, right?
And there's a lot of holidays in the first, which I think is an awful lot of time to be off
The what?
in the first semester. I mean, we have no control over that, but you know, they are off quite a bit in the first part of school.
is
rather
it
than the
possible that
second.
teacher workday is there because of the upcoming parent-teacher conferences that following week?
Well, the idea is it's the end of the marking period before the conferences. It's a good timing for them there, but, you know, like the discussion is, there's only so many days in the calendar, so if we want to have a work day earlier in September, October, yeah, there has to be give somewhere, right? So if that was the concession, that we would forego that one to have one in September or October where there's a long stretch there, you know, that may make sense if the board agrees.
I have a question. Is there a reason why we can't make a decision today and allow for some negotiation afterward with those couple of work days? Like, does it have to be, in order to pass it, does it have to be set?
My recommendation would be that when we come to a consensus that we vote on it and it's set, because people will plan their vacations and time off accordingly. So I don't think it's wise, just my 2 cents, to, if we were going to vote on something with the idea that we may have to change it.
Okay, so I guess, how do we come to a path forward tonight? Are we leaning more towards one versus the other?
I don't like either one, but I'm willing to negotiate on the second one if in March that 21st workday is moved somewhere else and there's not so many, because I agree and I appreciate both of you guys' comments, but I know on my own, profession. I don't take a lot of time off because it's too hard to get back in the swing of things. So I understand, and I had kids that had heavy loads. And the more time off, it's harder to get back. And I just know what that's like. And so thank you for saying those things. But I could entertain the second calendar if we can move that 21st workday off of March to somewhere else.
I'm curious to hear from Ms. Purcell and Dr. Roundtree.
I guess this is just speculation, but I do worry about high rates of absenteeism with that 3 days in March, which then would also negatively affect the school division. If people know, well, I have 3 days, two absent, they're not going to miss much, and then that's very disruptive.
But with all due respect, that could happen all over the calendar as far as that goes.
Like a baked in, you have 3 days and 2 in school before is a little different than, well, I decided to go skiing in the middle of January or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that occurs with the current calendar, with Easter having the Thursday and Friday off. People are like, oh, well, I'll just take the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday as well. My preference is option one, moving or just having the day be a school day for March 17th. I'm leaning towards March 17th as a school day and trying to add a day at the beginning of the year to get us closer to that 180.
I would like to second, I think that's a good idea, to try that 1 week and then move that teacher workday to a different day. I could support that.
I think
Okay.
regardless, we're all talking about wanting to move that teacher workday in either case.
Okay, that puts your first day, August 13th. And I already hear people fussing continuously about teachers and parents about having to go back so early. That's not even limited to just one group, that's everybody. So you want to go back one more day earlier?
Yeah, we'd move it to August 12th, not August 13th.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Talking about a recipe for disaster.
Not much different than Tuesday. I mean,
It's nice to have a ramp-up day, I don't know.
and then also April 21st can be a school day as well, as far as I'm concerned.
I was going to say, so we want to give a spring break, but we want to take it away from a family travel weekend.
It's not a family travel weekend for me. We stayed home for Easter. So again, yeah, that was my argument last year, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, work, everybody has work on Monday after Easter for the most part. So, I mean, it's the same argument for having to have childcare or whatnot.
Oh, and I agree. Like I said, years ago, that was something that the teachers had asked for, is because we had such an absentee and had to get so many subs that Monday after Easter. That's why that was input there.
Wait, I'm confused. Are you wanting another day off on that Monday after?
The opinion years of why we input that day in there. If I'm not, it was Thursday, like a half a day Thursday and Friday. And we went on the Monday after Easter, but because of the feedback we got, there were so many absentees and from staff and students that we put that day as a day off.
Again, I was fine leaving the Easter weekend as is. To me, I didn't have an issue with that. It was more of a spring break conversation, but, so I guess, again, we need to give the administration some guidance here. So sounds like they need to bring us back a modified calendar anyway, because nobody's happy with that one work day after the proposed spring break. So I guess, do we want to maybe do a straw poll between which of the two calendars to start their changes with? And to come back with something? It's not a vote. We're not voting tonight, but we got to give them something to start with.
I think we
That
just
seems
did
fair.
it.
Well, did we?
I think so. Okay.
I think
Option
Linwood wants
one.
more clarity.
Okay.
Option 2, if any.
So I mentioned it last week, and Ms. Parton mentioned it again tonight. Before we start calendar preparation, the board should have input and give our parameters for what we want to see in a calendar.
Right, if we're taking a straw poll, you're saying option one? Is that what you were
I said
suggesting?
option one.
Okay, I would say option one. What's the rest of the straw poll? I mean, can we
There were
just
3
do
for
a straw
option 2
poll here?
just now.
What's that?
There were 3 for option 2 just now.
Okay.
The only ones that haven't weighed in are Laura and Linwood.
I'll go with that as well.
So is the charge for us to go back and take a look at option one without moving that workday somewhere else? Or moving it all together on the 17th?
Yeah, moving that workday somewhere else.
Okay. We could definitely do that and bring something back for a vote on the 20th. Is that the idea?
That's the idea.
Okay. I think Ms. Franklin raised a good point, and I think I heard you say it too, Mr. Hudson. In the future, if the school board could give us direction, what are their priorities? And if we could come to a consensus, the 7 of y'all, and say, hey, this is, let's start with, I'm making this up, 180 days. Let's start with a week off for Christmas and not have that day. And you know what I'm saying? Give us a couple things that then I'm sure we can go to the committee and come back with something that's more aligned to what all you want. And then we could maybe adopt it as it is, right? So I think that's wise if we can do that in the future. And this calendar design was intentionally, whatever we decide, was only for a year because we could assess the things, as Ms. Purcell said, well, if we have 3 days and there's a lot of absenteeism on that Monday and Tuesday, let's assess that. Get that information to the school board when we get our parameters for next year.
So that was getting parameters from the school board was a agenda item. And if we put more things on the agenda beforehand, then we don't have this discussion for 2 board meetings after.
I don't follow your statement there. So are you proposing that we try to provide that feedback now as a part of this calendar?
I think we're putting the cart before the horse at this point. That should have happened beforehand, as it has in the past. We gave parameters, and then the committee started work.
I don't disagree with you, Ms. Franklin, but I think that we just did a straw poll and the majority of the board has given direction to the administration. So that's, I think, the next time that it should be done. I agree completely that we should be giving that input.
What I'm talking about is next time, not now.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying.
I
this
misunderstood
start-
that as well. I
Oh,
apologize.
okay,
Not
thank
now.
you. Okay, thank
You
you.
would have 3 more meetings around the calendar.
Okay, great. Thank you, Board. Next up is our budget discussion. So the administration has provided a detailed proposed budget for the board's review and discussion. The floor is now open for questions and comments. Guess I would ask, before we kind of dig into that, is there any presentation or anything that is going to precede this, or are we just jumping right on into it? Any comments anybody want to share?
I think what you all have there and what was provided on Friday was the budget, the overview we gave at the last school board meeting with the aggregate numbers broken down into individual areas and with a lot more specificity, but it's not changed, the actual budget.
Is it working? Oh,
There you go.
definitely working now. We don't have a presentation for you today. I do want to note that we did make an update just a minute ago or before the meeting because there was one error on page 2. And so you have a new page 2 in front of you there. There was a computer glitch when we uploaded it. I apologize for that, but the total amount is 147,540.28. And so I just wanted to make sure that you all saw that on page 2 in the proposed budget column. You may have noticed previously that it said 9.34% increase on one line and a 9.39. Right when we were uploading it into the system on Friday, we checked every single number and just something in the Google Sheets glitched for us, so I apologize for that. But we do have the detailed information there for you. I'll just take a seat, but if you have questions for us, we're happy to address those for you.
Just as a suggestion, because I'm sure there are a lot of comments and questions, I'd propose maybe let's just start somewhere, whoever wants to go with whatever questions and comments they have. If you feel comfortable answering them tonight, great. If we need to follow back up again, we'll track those. And if we need another discussion at another meeting, then we'll do that. But that might be more productive than than questions coming from everywhere. So does that seem fair, Board?
Could you repeat the suggestion again?
Yeah, so I'm just suggesting that we go around person by person and just share what you got. And once you're done with your list, we'll move on to the next. And I'm sure there's probably some of the same questions and comments in there. So it might be a little more efficient. I don't know. We'll see. Anybody want to volunteer to go first?
Sure.
Hey.
So first, thank you for the detailed budget. This really allows us to go back to our constituents and tell them what we're spending money on, and if they have issues with it, where would they like to see money not be spent? One question that I do have is, I noticed that the directors for the district are vastly different pay bands. And I was just wanting to get some input on that as to why our directors range from about $110,000 to $150,000.
Sure. So each year with the budget, we bring forward a pay plan and a pay scale. And so the salary for individuals that are on that scale are based on the pre-approved plan by the school board. And then what happens is their experience is looked at, and based upon the years of experience that they have, they're given their placement there on that director scale. So you have some individuals who have more experience are making more, and some individuals who have less experience are making less.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, that was the first question. I forget. Another question is, how much of an increase are we passing to our staff for healthcare and for the individuals, and how much would it cost for us to eliminate that increase across the board?
Great. The answer is none. We haven't passed, and we haven't included any increase for our employees in the budget that we are proposing for you today. Our plan year is October, so that does sometimes look a little different when we get to that time, but this time we don't have an increase in the budget to pass forward to employees.
Thank you.
And just as a note for this year's budget, due to some financial changes we did at our prescription benefits manager through the finance department, there was no increase for them either this year.
And I think I've been here, this is my 8th year, and there has never been an increase during that time that I can remember being passed to employees.
All right.
It's definitely a advertising tool for us.
I'll pass it on to the next one. Penny or Laura? We're going by.
Pass the baton.
Penny ready? I guess I'll go. Okay. I know that this budget reflects both the loss of ESSER funds and to compensate for the reduction that came from the Board of Supervisors last year. Is there any, I couldn't tell, so I apologize if I missed it, if I wasn't reading this correctly, but is there any effort to continue some of the services that I know that have been coming from special funds, like all-in tutoring or the
Sure.
extra mental health support that came from ESSER funds?
Sure. So the all-in tutoring is actually separate funds. So those funds are for this year, next year, and the year after that. So the all-in tutoring programs will stay in place through that time. The budget that we have submitted to the state is for this year and the next 2 years. So those programs will stay intact through that time. In terms of the ESSER funds, those do expire. So there are some positions in this budget that are ESSER positions that we have included that are being moved over into this budget. There are several that we did not bring over. But several of the positions already, we kind of, well, not positions, people, we kept through attrition when things did change. So we haven't eliminated any people that were hired through ESSER funds. But we do have 3 positions in this budget: the Dean of Students, we have a counselor, and then also an instructional coach position that were originally ESSER funded that we have, you will see on page 50 is the full staffings, additions and subtractions. Those 3 positions from ESSER are included.
And is the Dean of Students for the whole division, or is that?
No,
just
that's just at Christiansburg Middle School. That position was put into place when we identified we needed to try something different. We needed some additional support in that building, and we found that it's been very successful. So it doesn't seem to us like a good decision to remove the support when it's being helpful and it's improving the programs there at the school. So we felt like we were seeing the return on the investment, and we wanted to continue to have that position in the budget moving forward.
I agree 100%.
yes, 100%.
That It's a
Has
major
made a
change.
huge
Yes, it
difference,
has.
yes.
And not only just with that, but with our administration team that has
And our
gone there.
teachers, and even the
But-
students. I mean,
Yeah.
the difference is like night and day. I mean, absolutely night and day. And I know that position is part of the reason why. So, yeah, absolutely, that position can't go.
Well, I'm going to disagree with that because I believe with the right support in that building, which quite frankly, I don't think it had had for at least 4 years, we could achieve what we want in that building, just like all the other buildings, and that those funds can be moved to other positions that we need.
What do you envision would be the right support for that building, Ms. Franklin?
To make sure that the staff is trained how to handle situations, to make sure our administrators are prepared to handle the situations. And I don't believe that happened in that building. We had a lot of change that happened in that building, and it just seemed to just flounder. And it needed more support, and it didn't get it.
I know I had asked some questions about the buses and you got me straight on that. But I do have still questions about where we are keeping our buses. And, I've been asking about that for a long time and just feel very strong that we need to try to work something out up at the old middle school is what I call it. So, I really think we need to move in that direction instead of continuing to rent property and pay. And I think we need to look at some of the properties that we are renting and why, and how can we consolidate. And I mean, 100 or 200,000 a year for buildings is, to me, just let's focus on something and get them moved there and try to save that money. Like I said, I've mentioned that a number of times, so I would like to have some information on that.
So we had two properties that we were renting. One of them is Scattergood and the other is the Wimmer property. We are almost completely done with Scattergood. So we have been diligently moving everything out of there. Our lease expires in May. We may even be out early. So Ms. Bland is here, but she's been working actually with the individuals on the Scattergood lease to let them know we're going to be ready early. If you can rent it before our lease is up, please do so. And so I know that that's something that they've been looking at. And then we'll just be in the one property.
Can we get some information, maybe not right now, but on when maybe that's going to change and start?
So we have a lease right now that's going to be in place with them moving forward. But we can certainly bring information to you as to, what that commitment looks like. And then any other long-term planning, I think, is a piece too of our capital planning process. But we can absolutely get you more on that.
Yeah, I would definitely, that's something that I think we need to move in that direction. Personally, one vote, just me, but, yeah, thank you.
I agree. I think we need to see about getting those buses where we were told they would fit and trying to see what we can do with that money. Right. Because that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, what we're renting for. It's a lot. So I agree with that, and hopefully maybe we can try to work something out to where we're not renting something for that amount of money when we have a place to put them.
Dr. Whitaker, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
I know we started renting the Wimmer property right around the time I got here a year ago, November, or something like that. I remember we talked about it on a Zoom call or something. So what's the about monthly, I'm not going to put you on exact, the cost for the Wimmer property and the cost of the Scattergoods that we're paying separately? And then what's the combined cost now that we're anticipating moving forward from March?
If I could get my computer, I could give you those exact numbers. I want to say our monthly rent, sorry, I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head, $7,500 for Scattergood.
I'm not putting you on the spot,
Okay.
but what's a rough idea?
I'd have to get my computer. I'm sorry, I don't have the number in the top of my head for you.
Ms. Bland's in the audience. If I said Scattergoods was in the ballpark of $15,000, would that be somewhere near a month? Okay. And the Wimmer property is approximately, now with the double, because we're using their storage space there that we weren't using before, is about $10,000 a month for the Wimmer property, about.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't have the number on the top of my head.
It's about $10,000 for the Wimmer property. So in combining those two properties together, you have the exact number, Ms. Bland? It's about 10,000, right? All right, she must be an accountant, 10,800. All right, that's about 11,000 then.
Yeah.
That's for the year.
For the year, yes.
What I'm trying to make the comparison to, right now, we're at the Wimmer property that we can lease as long as 3 years if we so desire to, and I had that meeting with Charlie Wimmer, that it's around $11,000. That covers what we're paying for Scattergoods right now, which is 15,
Right.
and we were paying 75 or
75
something for
before,
the Wimmer
yeah.
property. So again, I'm not a mathematician, but that's over $20,000 what we're paying now monthly, that with this new deal, we're going to be paying 11. So we're saving money moving forward, and I hear what both y'all saying. Let's get rid of that 11 to 0 in the future too, and that's what we would work towards. But the team has done a nice job in reducing that, and I know they've worked really hard. That warehouse property on Scattergoods is humongous. We don't need all that space. So we're consolidating that stuff, trying to get rid of some of our junk, for lack of a better word, and being more efficient. And it's better, although it's not perfect. And the reason that increase is in the school budget is because in the past, we used ESSER's money, which didn't come out of the budget to pay that. Is that accurate?
Correct. For Scattergood, we did, yes.
And for Wimmer, too?
No, Wimmer was not ESSER funded.
We funded that on a line item, so why did we add that as an increase in the budget then?
Well, because we had been paying it, but we hadn't necessarily budgeted for it. So we wanted to make sure it was coming from savings.
Gotcha.
And so we
Okay,
wanted to
okay.
make sure that it was adequately recorded and planned for. Because the plan at one time had been to look at purchasing, so we didn't know that it was going to be a long term.
Okay.
Thank you. And
Sure.
with all due respect to everything that I understand, but I have heard from some bus drivers that kind of were talking about how the parking lot wasn't really good on the Radford Road too. So that's why I kind of thought, okay, if we can start moving toward what our original plan was and try to figure out a plan and make it work, then we're saving ourselves rent. We're getting in a better location. We're getting people closer to where they need to be. And so understand it can't happen overnight, but as we share about talking about our budget and how can we fix it for maybe not this year, but next year. So thank you.
Sure.
So yeah, I did have a question. Some of the stuff that I was gonna say has been asked, so that got answered. But what exactly do the tiered intervention specialists do?
Sure. So they work to support our classroom teachers. And so if you have a student who is having some behavior concerns
Okay.
or might need a different level of support, those individuals are able to go in, observe the teacher, or observe the student, come up with some strategies that may work with that individual, and then work with the teachers to help them say, hey, these are some things that might help. So it's kind of tiered levels of intervention. They also, and I'm not sure, Dr. Wickham might be able to give you a more current update of what they're doing at this time, whether or not they're assisting with the academics in that way.
Okay.
Do you have any additional that you want to share on that, Dr. Bergen? I don't want to misstate
You want
if
more
they've got
information?
new roles.
Basically, they're there to help support the educational needs of some of the kids in addition to the TDD
Okay.
counselors for NRVCS. So, and some of that involves following up on attendance and things like that too.
Okay.
If you need more, I'll ask Dr. Wickham.
No, I
She's-
just, so they were originally funded by grants, correct?
So some were, yes. In the beginning, it had been our Project Aware funds had started. And then that was several years ago. Those funds went away. And then we did have some positions that were added through ESSER. But we have had some that have been within our regular operating budget as well. So they've just been funded in a variety of different ways.
Okay, so they were ESSER, which means we were getting the money. the
Some
funding
of them
for
were.
that, some of them? But
Yes.
then we've had to incorporate that pay into our budget now, correct? For them?
We have not pulled those positions into the budget this year, no.
Okay,
But there were, as I said, there were some already funded by the operating budget, but the ones that were in ESSER have not been pulled over.
thank you.
So can I speak to those positions? Those, again, are positions that help support our students and help support our teachers, because there may be issues with a student that the teacher doesn't have time to sit and understand exactly what's going on with the students, come up with different ways to intervene, to help our student and to help our teachers so that they may not be a disruption. They may not be someone that comes before our board for a disciplinary hearing, because we've reached out and built a relationship to help understand the students better.
And that's fine. I'm not against it. I just was wanting some more information on it.
Sure.
Well, it kind of goes along with our equity department, which some folks think is not needed, but it is most definitely needed. And if you were at our dialogue on race, you would understand why it's most definitely needed.
Is it okay if I go now? Yeah, okay, great, thank you so much. So I think I'm a little confused, particularly on the healthcare costs, because I received a number of emails today and the last couple of days from employees about concerns that costs were being in the budget passed down to them, so that basically it was canceling out their 5% raise. Are they confused or not? Because it seemed like
We
can you help
don't
me
have
with
any
that?
costs moving forward to them, so if I could have us, more, this is where they're seeing it, I might be able to help provide an explanation, but we do not have healthcare costs being moved forward. I think it may be a precursor of, please don't look at that, was what I was hearing a speaker say earlier, was if we don't get everything we're asking for, please don't make that a place that we make changes, was what I heard.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So I do have a couple other questions. And I think some may have got passed on you about the special ed positions.
Sure.
So there's the increase for the stipends for certified instructional special ed positions, 300,000. What is that?
So that will be a stipend. We have not yet determined exactly how we are going to do that. What we've done is wanted to allocate the funds while we continue to study it. There are other divisions around us who provide stipends for those positions. We see that they're very hard to hire for and retain. So it's not just teachers, but it's also people like occupational therapists or it could be school psychologists. So there's a variety of different roles that we're looking at. And so we haven't yet come up 100% with what that would be. We would certainly bring that information. But right now, holding it as a placeholder so that we can continue that study of what are the other divisions doing, what seems like accurate numbers, what might provide a little bit of that cushion that would help us retain somebody or hire somebody into those fields.
Okay, so it's broad. It's both for existing employees
Yes.
to...
At this time, that's what we've discussed is, if you just do it for new folks, then what happens is people leave and then they come back so that they can get that stipend, or they leave and they stay somewhere else. And so our goal would be not to differentiate between the groups if we could.
Okay, thanks. Another question that I had was about the expansion of the finance department.
Yes.
So I know that the budget is responsive to the concern about once a month and time lag. So I think I'm a little confused, and you can help me out, that there was an excessive amount of labor required in transcribing all of the hours.
Sure.
And so the idea is to use time clock to automate, but in that budget, you're both accounting for the software time clock or whatever you're going to use, but then also increasing, is it 3.5 positions, 2.5 positions for the department?
So it's
Can you
two
help me?
specialist positions and one accountant position, yes. And so it's twofold. One is, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk on top of you.
No, I was just trying
apologize.
to understand the idea is to automate, to reduce the amount of labor that's required in that department, and they're adding staff
Sure.
to the department. I just was curious about that.
It will really require both. And so, each time that you run payroll, it's hard to really, if you've looked at our big budget book that is hundreds and hundreds of pages, it's because each of those different groups of employees is on some different structure. So say you have 4 people who do the same title job, but they all have different work hours. Those things get calculated differently. For example, in our bus driving shop, there's 4 or 5 different types of pay, and each of those is a different type of calculation, and it may be a different fund that it's coming from. And so we need both the people to process the additional payroll because, as our staff has grown, we haven't grown in that area at all over the last several years. So we both need the staff, but we need the time clocks as well because the time clocks are going to help us with getting the accurate information. How much overtime, what days, making sure to pay it all out on time. But then we do also need the people because the systems don't do it themselves. That information then has to come into our computing system. And each time we do payroll, that is a process that we have to do. And so it really just requires both. It requires the additional staff and the additional technology.
Right. My understanding is the software does more than just account for hours, but that it helps with some of the other aspects. But the question I have is also, I got an email about GRTs. So there was a reduction in the number of GRTs, I think, back in 2012. Am I right? And is my understanding correct that we're still at the same staffing of GRTs Since
I don't
that-
believe we're
there's
at the
like a half
same, we hired an additional staff member in, for this year, but I believe when you go back to those numbers, we are not fully at the full staffing in, I believe it was 2012. I don't believe we're fully back to that number, but we're not exactly where we were, because we have brought extra staff on since that time.
Right. Do you have is there a plan to bring it back up to?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
Okay.
At this time, Dr. Gitry, we haven't gotten that recommendation from the Gifted and Talented Advisory Committee. I know Ms. Fortinos had a meeting a couple months ago, I think. I don't think I got that specific recommendation to increase it. I think, again, I wasn't here, I was here in 2012, but I think we were down 2 from then, and we went back up 1
We
last
added
year.
an additional.
So if you compare those two, 2012 to 2024, it's 1 less position. But I would ask that Mrs. Fortinos with her committee get that information and present it to us, because otherwise I would just be spitballing with that number.
Yeah, I think that's been in the annual review from the GAC for a while. I think that request has been in there. So that's one of the reasons I asked, is it was a reminder that I had thought that the GAC
I know they had
recommended.
previously, but I'm not sure about in their current recommendation.
I think every
know
year they've been
in
asking.
previous years
Yeah.
they did.
Yeah, it just seems like it has never been addressed, and I was curious about it, because we are trying to, particularly with special ed, do more hiring, and I just wanted to ask about that.
Dr. Gitry, I'll follow up. I'll get that information from Ms. Fortinos. Sorry, Beth, I didn't have that answer.
No worries. Okay.
Okay,
That's
so-
enough for now.
Okay, so last year, there was $1 million worth of staffing that was either eliminated or reassigned.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your word. It was what?
Is that right? Staffing. And for me, I'd like to know how effective we are operating while losing some of those positions, and making sure we're doing the best by our students and their families.
Is there specific data? That I missed one of the words in your sentence. I'm sorry. You said there was staffing that was what?
Reduced
Reduced from last year. Okay.
or eliminated, especially around student services.
Sure. So if there's specific data you'd like us to bring back, we certainly can. You know, we feel that we work every day to provide the staff that we need to support our students. And so, you know, if there's certain data you would want us to bring you to support that, we certainly could. I don't know if that's looking at, you know, the supports, the number of students being seen, if they're overstaffed or something like that. But I don't have any data for you today related to those changes.
Today, but I would like to know what that is, how things are looking as far as, is everything being done on time? Are we reaching the students we need to be reaching when we need to reach them? With court services, how is that being met? Those types of things to make sure things aren't falling through the cracks.
Sure. I do believe that those court services were assigned to another employee. And so I'm confident that there is somebody attending to those, but we can certainly bring you more information related to this at a future time.
Okay, so as I stated, when those changes were made, if we're just adding more work to other people, that doesn't necessarily mean that things are going to get done the way we would like to have them done.
Sure.
Okay, cool. Do you have anything else, Penny?
No.
No, right now? All right. I'll jump in here. I definitely had several of those same kind of questions on mine. Yeah, I had the same question about the gifted teacher position. Yeah, I'm worried that if that committee is giving us recommendations at a time that doesn't align with when we're doing our budget, but they give it every year, then we're not really being responsive to them, right? Because I agree, we've heard that multiple times. And so I'd love to hear it from Ms. Fortinos as well, but if it happens after budget, then how useful is that, right? So I shared the exact same concerns with Penny in terms of the consolidation of some of those roles last year, and as I understand it, at least temporarily, a lot of that was on one person. I'm happy to hear that maybe we spread it out, but we're still spreading it out on the same without increasing staff to help compensate, right? So, I'd like to at least think about some relief there if we could. I had the same question on the financial stuff as well. I mean, I'm a software guy. The point of doing software is to make it easier on your staff, right? You shouldn't need to add 3 staff and software. I'd ask the administration to maybe look at a more modest increase of staff there, at least initially. I know we made the goal to try to increase our payroll, but maybe we look at the software first.
Sure.
Before we try to add staff, right?
Sure.
3 new staff there, that could cover some of these other positions that we're talking about, right? The gifted teacher, for instance, right? So,
Mr. Hudson, you make a great point. I think the timeliness of how fast we're being asked to move forward would play a big factor. So if you're wanting us to do that immediately, we've added those positions immediately. But in order to take a longer time and study and come forward with a plan, we could do that as well if that's what the board is requesting of us. Having a time frame for that does, our look at was make it happen as soon as we possibly could.
Yeah, that's fair. So a few other questions, just to get them out there. So some things that I've heard from numerous conversations that weren't reflected in here. We talked with the board of supervisors just about the number of ground staff that we have, the small numbers that we have for the large amount of property that they're maintaining. I'd love to see some movement there, maybe trying to add a position. I love what we're doing with the custodians, but
Sure.
the grounds is important too, right?
So one of the things that we're actually looking at right now that I've spoke with Dr. Bragan about this week, recommendation from Mr. Harris was that he's actually working to convert a position right now, a position that has been a hard one to fill and we've had vacant for over a year. We just have not had a good opportunity to fill that. So we actually have we're bringing to Dr. Bragan a request to convert that position to a lead buildings and grounds position so that we can have someone specific who is supporting that team and working with them right now. The individual who oversees carpentry also oversees our buildings and ground team. So we're looking to separate those out by adding a lead that would give us a lead person who would also be working, but then would increase the overall size of the team at the same time.
Great. Another one in that ballpark, in addition to the staff, just the equipment, right? And the age of it, the quality of it. I'm not sure if in the current budget, if there was any increase to try to help with that.
Yeah, so we did have funds in the budget this year to increase for the equipment needs. We've also purchased 2 new tractors this year for our buildings and grounds crew. But we do have funds, and Katie can probably give us the exact number on that. $350,000 so that we can upgrade equipment for operations staff. And that's not just for buildings and grounds, but that's for different equipment we have that's aging. We have custodial vacuums that are 25 years old, so we definitely did put funds in the budget to address that this year. And $150 for custodial, sorry. You can come up.
Great. Awesome. Just a few more. So I had a fun conversation with Mr. Wickham the other day as he was frantically trying to repair a bunch of Chromebooks, and just the amount of effort that we're putting into that. Has there been any thought to any kind of a refresh schedule around those Chromebooks?
Of a what schedule, sorry?
Well, like a tech refresh schedule on those Chromebooks. Like how long are they lasting us currently? Are we
Replacement
bringing in
plan?
new ones? Yeah. Mhm.
Sure. So at this time, we don't have a formal replacement plan. It is something that we always need to evaluate because they are expensive to purchase, for a grade. We look to replace them every 4 years is what we try to do, but that's not always something that is explicitly in the budget. What's happened a lot of times is we use year-end funds and we're able to look at the end of the year, which is a standard practice in school divisions, perhaps not always the way that it should be, but I do think when we look at our planning, that is something that we should take into account.
Okay, great. Certainly, as we're looking for a place to potentially recoup some money to do some of these other things, definitely appreciate the effort to try to keep our buses current, but a lot of money tied up there, right? So I know we didn't do it last year. There's, trying to make some progress there would be good, but maybe half of what we proposed, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure there's a rationale there, but that's one of the more expensive additions to.
Yeah,
to the budget.
their 15-year replacement plan from the, that's what's recommended from the state. And so we try to stay with that replacement plan. We did not purchase them last year, so this would be a difficult year to cut it in half, because we're really only buying half if we buy 8, because we didn't get the 4 this year, the 8. So we're already kind of reducing that. Of course, it's the priority of the board and the will of the board, but we did feel it was important to bring forward for this year.
Okay. Last question, I swear. So
You may ask as many as you want.
Yes, well, in that case. Okay. So in terms of the 5% raise, are we required to apply 5% across all of our staff, or are we choosing to do that?
We are choosing to do that.
Okay.
Yes.
So there would be-
There is no 5% raise coming from the state level at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's not an SOQ requirement for how we do that, so.
No,
No, I
that would be
believe-
for the,
Sorry. I believe they put forward a 1% retention bonus or something like that for this year, and
1% the year after, yeah.
and we would put it in as salary, and we would add additional locally generated 4% to bring it up to 5. We do think our teaching staff are underpaid compared to state and national averages, as well as our support personnel. That was the rationale.
Sure.
But it wouldn't be a requirement by the state that says every position, SOQ or something like that, would have to get a 5% raise. Absolutely not.
Okay.
It would be that 1% bonus that he was speaking to, and then it's 2 in the following year. Those are for the SOQ positions, if you want to get those funds.
Got it, okay. Yeah, I was just thinking, I'm not proposing we make that change now, but depending upon what the Board of Supervisors does, if we have to look at some changes, 5% with a $100K plus salary is a little bit different than the $40,000, $50,000 salary. So, we could maybe look at some different percentages there depending upon positions, whatever, but.
Yeah, the SOQ positions are actually not based on salary, so they're predetermined positions that the state says you need this many. So they're at all different types of salary ranges and levels. You could have one teacher who would be SOQ funded and the teacher beside them not be, whereas you could also have one at high-level administration job be SOQ funded and another one not. So I think that's a common misconception that people have, is that SOQ is just teaching staff, and it's not. We actually get a formula that tells us, and we can certainly provide that to the board, how many SOQ positions we have. When we fund, we don't have anything in the computer system where we identify people as SOQ, because it could be a quarter of a person is funded, or it could be, as I said, one teacher in one classroom in 5th grade, you might have funding SOQ for, but the next teacher in the room next door, you don't. So we don't identify our staff in that way, but we do get a list from the state that tells us how many positions we receive that funding for that we could provide to the board.
Great. And since you said I could ask as many questions as I wanted to, I'm going to ask one more, just in follow-up to Penny's question. Do we have a dean of student positions at any other schools?
No, we do not.
That's all I got.
It is on the assistant principal scale to kind of make it relative to something else. The job is a little bit different, but that is the pay band that it is on.
Yeah, so I had an additional question. So looking through the budgets, everything looks like it's approximately 10% increase, with the exception of those areas where there is an additional staff and then it'll go up. But accounting for that additional staff, it comes to about 10%.
Sure.
With the exception of executive administration, which I do not see any additional staff, but the increase is 28.5%.
Yes, sir. The reason for that, and that's a great thing that you noticed, was because there was a position that was previously being pulled out of the wrong funds. And so that was actually originally when so you go back multiple positions. Before Dr. Wickham was in that role, then I was in that role. And before that, Dr. Graham was in that role. And so all the way back to that time, we went back and found that that position had been posted to improvement of instruction. And so we've been working really hard to get all the positions in the right places. And so that's why you see that increase. It's actually being moved into this category of executive administration where it was not before. And so that's why there's that significant increase there.
Yeah, thank you.
You will notice that it's less than it should be, perhaps in the other category, and that's a part of the reason.
Okay, so a couple have been spurred for me. So some clarification when you were talking about the position in that hadn't been filled for a long time. What position is that?
That's an HVAC position.
HVAC, that's
We've
what
had a
I thought.
very hard time staffing those positions.
Right, it's been about 2 years or so.
Mhm.
So you want to do a lead person in our grounds department?
Yes.
How does that affect how folks report? We have a director, a supervisor, and then
So right now, we have leads. We have an HVAC lead, we have our electrical lead, then we have the individual who does our buildings, grounds, and oversees carpenters as well. And so what we're looking to do is to split those duties out. So we do already have leads in other areas. The goal here was to be getting an extra person who can be working, but also directing that work, someone who is out in the field with them and doing the work, as opposed to someone just assigning the work orders who is not in the buildings and grounds team. So it would give them additional personal hands on the ground, but also somebody who would be delegating the work and that they would be reporting to and leading that team.
so how would that affect our HVAC systems if we don't have the body there that we need?
Well, I guess what Mr. Harris's feeling is right now is that we've been able to function in the capacity that we are, and that he would rather have additional staff. You know, we've worked hard, we've advertised, we've tried to go out to different places. It's a very hard job to hire for. So he would like to have that additional staff in an area that he sees a need and that he feels that he can hire someone quickly. So I think the long-term, the quick answer is they have been functioning at the level that they are. And so we just have not been able to find someone else. He wants to use that open position for something that would make immediate impact.
Okay. Our electric buses, how are those working out for us?
Not well.
Okay.
So we are actually in the process. We are actually in the
Say that
process.
one more time.
Yes, not well. We have actually worked, Mr. Walters has worked with the Department of Environmental Quality and also with the people we bought the bus from to exchange it for a regular bus. We had found that they were not keeping the charge. We would be out on the road and the battery would just die. You know, you're supposed to get a certain amount of mileage and we weren't getting that. And so we had brand new buses we couldn't use. And so he's worked diligently on that without us losing any money because it was funded. And so we had to make sure that we went through all the correct steps with the government. And so that we're switching those buses out. We're in the process of that at this time.
That's what I wanted to hear.
All right, say that louder. No, just. I do want to apologize. I'm sorry I keep turning so harsh. I don't see over here very well on my right side. So if you ever feel like I'm putting the laser, it's because you're in my blind spot. I can't see you over there.
Okay, great. It's a good conversation. So I opened this cool file and I was going to track any follow-up and I didn't write a darn thing in there. Do we have a bunch of follow-up that we need to?
So let me go through what I have just to make sure that if I've captured what the board would like to hear. So I offered that we could provide to you the SOQ funded positions so that you would be able to see how many in each category were funded for. looking at making sure that the committee reports moving forward into future budgets, that those committee reports that we hear, that we are able to take those into and review those in our budget request. Also, Dr. Bragan said he was going to get some additional information on what had been recommended by that committee at this time. An overview of how things are looking due to the reduction of staffing from last year, whether or not the needs are still being met in the areas where the staff was reduced. And more information regarding our rental at the Wimmer property and a futures plan. Now, some of these are longer range, but those were the things that I captured in my scribbles while I'm looking very quickly.
I think one of the others was the finance department of maybe not adding that many positions.
Yes, and I didn't know if we were looking there for a direction on timeline to assist with that, or what the desire of the board is and when you are wanting, that would be the best way for us to bring information back to you.
Yeah, that wasn't a formal conversation we had as a board. Certainly, it was in response to, to feedback that we got. And,
Sure.
Definitely appreciate your willingness to kind of jump right on that. I guess as a board, we would need to decide what kind of time frame we would be comfortable with if we're going to ask for a reduction in
Sure.
order to accomplish that.
So what, was it the 26th that it goes to the Board of Supervisor?
Yeah.
I don't have a calendar right in front of me, but trying to think, next week, we have another meeting to get that information so that we can come up with our budget to present to the supervisors on the 26th and approve it on the, what is it, the 20th?
So I guess, so I can clarify, are you asking me to bring information on that day about this, or you all are going to discuss your timeline on when you would want to try to roll that out? We can share with you what we've learned from other divisions in moving to this process. I could bring that, but in turn,
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to figure out, if we felt like there was additional information we need to get back and discuss in a meeting before this board is comfortable voting on a budget. It didn't sound like there was a lot there on that list, but there were some things.
Board Chair, can we get you some of those suggestions, taking in everything that was said today and working with Dr. Whitaker and her team and sending something back out to the full board in the very near future, next couple of days, for you to digest, take a look at it, and then decide if you all feel we need another meeting before the 20th, and then we do it.
Okay.
Does that work?
Feels like a good first step, yeah. I know some challenges with schedules next week, but does that seem like a fair next step, board? Let's try to get as much information back as we can.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on the finance department. I think there was some maybe misperception there. I wasn't saying not to go forward with trying to move to a biweekly, but it was about both adding the 2.5, 3.5 positions plus the software. So I don't want to send the message that we shouldn't be moving forward with moving to a bi-week.
I think the question there is, in order to go as fast as possible, they're proposing the funding software and staff, so we can get the
So
staff
long-term-
working now and figure out the software, right?
Yeah.
So we're still in the preliminary stages of trying to figure out what the timekeeping system will look like and what processes we need to have in place to go forward with this. So, excuse me. It's possible that the staffing isn't needed right away, but there are other obstacles that we may encounter as we're trying to install the timekeeping system for the automation. So that may give us a little bit of the flexibility that we would need to be able to do the automation in the beginning.
I think that's why the timeline for us matters, because we're trying to move very quickly. And so when you move quickly, kind of that's, what you do. We're doing our best to say, if we're doing this quickly, this is what we feel we need. We wouldn't want to promise something that we could not deliver on. It is a huge shift to move to 2 payroll cycles, or to move to semi-monthly. It may not seem like it is, but it is a huge shift to do twice the amount of payrolls. Our team, works diligently. We don't have any extra time right now in one cycle. So it definitely is a big job to move. We understand the benefit to employees. But I think there's a balance there of how fast do you want to move? We could put the positions in the budget and not hire them at this time and say, we'll bring you a plan to look at it, and then you would have that money in the budget available if we decided, yes, it's time to move forward and let's hire these folks in. That certainly could be something that we would look at. We wouldn't have to do it immediately because it would be in the budget. That could give you the balance of us bringing a little more information to you and a more comprehensive plan of what that rollout would look like.
Could we also see about getting a contractor to come in to implement that transition and see if the Board of Supervisors will utilize one-time funds to pay for it?
We certainly can look at that. Yep. It's something when we've talked to some of the companies, a question that I've asked Katie is, can we just pay a contractor to come in and help us? I think someone could help, but I don't know that they could come in and just do it. But I think that we certainly could get assistance in that way. Certainly would cost us as well, but it might be more appropriate for one time. Typically, the board with one-time funds has done that for more capital improvements, but we can always take a request to them and ask them. It doesn't hurt.
Just wanting to appreciate what you were saying, because I don't think people think in a modern technology age that it's not a lot to do, but it is. It is a huge undertaking to do extra payroll. People just don't have the idea of how much money goes into things like that. Running credit cards, that's something that if you haven't done it, you don't get it. I mean, so I appreciate you saying that, because it is not a small task.
It is not.
At any amount. I can't imagine 7 or 8 employees, much less 2,500.
That's right.
So my kudos to you, because that sounds great, but it's expensive, and every time you do something more, you have to pay somebody to do it.
That's right. And you run the same payroll for a sub who teaches 1 day in a month as you do an employee who works
Exactly right. 260
days in a year. It's the same process for that one person for 1 day of work. So please don't think we're trying to, it is a very cumbersome. We have so many optional benefits. Just come on.
Yeah, and just to throw in too, we'd have to rewrite our entire programming
That's right.
system to process the payroll from a monthly to a semi-monthly process. So there's a lot of things. I pulled up my sheet just to get some tidbits. We've come up with like 2 pages of things that we need to consider.
Okay.
So these are all things that we'll, bring back and bring forward. So.
Yep.
We've also been trying to look at, it might be once we purchase a time clock system, that might be some other opportunities available where employees are able to, based upon an established system of pay, draw off from their paycheck earlier. That might provide us a bridge of opportunities for those individuals. I know how hard it is for them to wait. I try not to talk about my family a whole lot, but, my daughter is one of those individuals who she had to wait. And if she hadn't had a mom who could pay her bills, she wouldn't have been working, because she wouldn't have been able to live with no food and no electricity. So please know, we know how important it is. We know to our employees, they need that money as quickly as possible. We just want to be able to meet your needs and also plan for it. And so, I don't know what to bring you at the next meeting, other than some options perhaps of we could try this in this fashion, and we can certainly get that to you.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we'll get some of that information back, and then try to get through it as quickly as we can and make a decision quickly if we want to try to squeeze another meeting in or not.
Yeah, we'll take the information and get it back to the school board by end of the week.
Okay, so what are we gonna do with that information as far as discussion as to what things we may want to change with the budget?
I mean, I'm just not hearing enough right now to hear a need for another meeting, I guess is what I mean, unless I'm not hearing correctly. I mean, it's been a couple of questions. It sounded like some information back will resolve. I don't know that we need a whole nother meeting in order to process that.
So are you saying then we would get a revised budget by the end of the week and we'd be voting on it on the 20th for it to be presented to the Board of Supervisors on the 26th?
Yes.
So getting the revised budget back, how would the board come to a decision as to what they wanted to do other than just voting it up or down?
Suggestion would be, and I can't speak for anyone but myself, but if we give you the information that was taken into account, everything that was spoken about today, put some revisions, some ideas, send it back to you all as soon as we can. You could get back to us in the intervening time and allot the majority of the meeting on the 20th for this discussion moving forward. If we don't come to resolution, schedule another meeting, 21st, 22nd, whenever. We have until the next Monday, if that works for the board.
So it doesn't work for me, and I'll tell you why. Because this is, one, I'd like for us to get back into the practice of having discussion and meetings about budget. And two, this is a process that needs to be very clear and transparent to the public. And I just think we need to allow for the time to have those meetings, even if it may be a short one, before we come back and make a final decision about this, because there still may be some more changes. And I would rather have another meeting next week than try to jam 2 meetings into 1 week.
Wait, can I clarify? Are you proposing that we add another meeting? Because what I'm hearing is that we're working with the meeting schedule we have now. Or am I misunderstanding the suggestion that you were making?
You know, Penny is suggesting that we try
Yes,
to
sir.
add another meeting next week.
Right, but your suggestion was that we not, right?
I just haven't seen enough need at this point to add another meeting. I'm not sure what we're going to discuss, but, I mean, we could try. But, I mean, I know that there's some availability issues next week that we'd have to work through.
That's every week.
I think, I understand that going forward, there should be definitely a different process. There should be a meeting to come up with priorities. But I think that if the budget has been available now for 2 meetings to the public.
No,
and
not really.
That we did have a presentation. We now have a revised budget. We'll have they will have another opportunity. And so the public has been given opportunity, will have an opportunity to once again come before the board and if they have concerns. So I think this should be another straw poll scenario.
So what I'm saying is not what you just said. What I'm saying is there still should be an open board discussion about what we've talked about tonight and getting that information back. And not just getting the information and then bringing it. And as far as the public, it's not a matter of them seeing it and giving us feedback. It's a matter of them seeing us work through the process. And that's important.
Oh, I agree, but we are going to have, the idea is to still have that public discussion in the next the working session, correct?
Right.
So what if there are issues that we still want to have more information or do changes with?
My understanding from the Board of Supervisors that there is some wiggle room that if we needed to have an additional meeting, if there is real disagreement after after our next regularly scheduled meeting, there could be another meeting scheduled if it's necessary. Correct?
The supervisors don't make our schedule.
I'm not suggesting that at all. That's not what I'm saying.
My thought is what all of you shared, and there were great points, and the detailed budget provided us the opportunity for that robust conversation and really delving deeper into it. I took notes as well as Dr. Whitaker on what some of the suggestions were. I'm pretty confident we can come back with something by the end of the week that meets almost all of the needs that were expressed here. But if it's not, we'll have this kind of robust discussion on the 20th in public like we did today. I think we're really close to coming to something that, what I heard, I don't want to speak for anyone but myself, is close to people feeling comfortable with voting for. If not, we could not vote on the 20th and schedule another meeting or do something afterwards. I emailed this entire board my situation next week. You know my attendance at a meeting is impossible. So I don't know what to tell you with that.
So your attendance at next
week?
Next week. Oh, I'm sorry, because I actually thought you were out of town this week.
I'm sorry. So that's why I was advocating for doing it either this week or next week or the week after that. But yeah, I work for all you, whatever you need.
Right. That was my only concern, was just the availability of the superintendent for us to meet next week. So yes, let's get the information back and decide as a board if we need to try to do something. Yeah, I mean, I guess the only option is, unless you get information to us tomorrow and we try to squeeze something in this week, the only other option is to meet at the next meeting that's already scheduled and make a decision then. Unless yeah. Okay. Oh, we okay with that strategy? Everybody good? So, yeah. So our next meeting on the budget will be at our next regularly scheduled meeting. We're going to get as much information as we can from the administration. Dr. Reagan isn't available next week for a special meeting next week, right? So if we can't come to consensus at our next regularly scheduled meeting, we could try to add something after, right? Okay? Everybody good? All right. Conversation wasn't that bad at all. That was fun. All right. Next, we're up to an MCPS staffing update. Dr. Widener.
Good evening, Chair Hudson, school board members, Dr. Bragan. The last presentation for tonight is our staffing update for the month of February. I'll start, as I always do, comparing our vacancies to a year ago. So again, you can see the different categories and kind of look at the comparison of the numbers. You'll see some similarities in those numbers. The biggest difference, as we've seen all year, is the difference in our open special education positions, where we had 2 this time last year. We currently have 5 right now. Classified positions are about the same. Elementary and secondary certified are similar, and then our administrator position vacancies are the same as last year. The next slide shows a comparison of where we were on January 9th, the last time I presented staffing update to you, to where we are now. You'll see most of those numbers are similar, although it is notable that our biggest change, and this is a good thing, is in the area of special education. You'll see that we have filled 2 of our special education teacher positions, which we're very excited about. That is our one administrator position that is still open, our coordinator of special education. So we are accepting, we have been accepting applications. And we've also posted that job if we're unable to fill it for this year, which will likely be the case. We've also posted that and are looking for candidates who may be available to fill that for next year. The next slide shows our open certified elementary vacancies. These are similar to where they were last month. So you still see we have the reading specialist, school counselor position. We have filled a special education teacher position at Falling Branch. Last time we had filled 2 positions, one at Bellevue and Price's Fork. So we have filled one at Falling Branch now. And then we continue to contract out for our open speech language pathologist position and our school psychologist position. And we are still in the process of, while we've selected candidates for our gifted resource positions, the individuals we have selected for those, their positions have to be filled before we can move them into those positions. Secondary vacancies, again, this is similar as to what you saw last time. Again, the biggest change here is we have filled a special education teacher position at Christiansburg Middle School. But in most of those positions, we do have long-term subs in place. Moving on to our classified vacancies, in our facilities departments. As Dr. Whitaker referenced, we are continuing to look for applicants for our open HVAC positions. Also, we have the one open grounds maintenance position, and we are continuing to look for a construction project manager position. We do have candidates selected for our 2 open computer technician positions. So those are in the process of being filled. The last time I spoke to you, we had one open 6.5-hour bus driver position. That position has been filled. However, recently, on Friday, we do have a new vacancy in that area. We've also filled a 4.25-hour position, but again, we had a new vacancy open up on February 1st. And we are continuing to look for 2 mechanics and 2 bus aides. Other classified positions, we're continuing in the hiring process for our Executive Administrative Assistant Board Clerk. We have filled an administrative assistant position at the school board office. We have a candidate selected for our open administrative position at Mont Central. We have filled our nurse position at Christiansburg Elementary School and are accepting applications for an open floater nurse position. We have a candidate recommended for our instructional aide position at Eastern Montgomery Elementary School. Previously, we had 2 open positions there, so we will soon have both of those filled. And then we currently have 8 special education aide vacancies. There are 2 recommended candidates, but I do want to point out that 2 of those positions are new rest of year only positions that we created based on the needs of support needs that our students require. Lunch recess aides positions, we have filled 2 of those positions at Kips and Margaret Beeks, and we also have 2 candidates recommended for CPS, so that will leave us with 1 position open at Harding. We're accepting applications for the lunch and recess aide positions at Christiansburg Elementary and Gilbert Linkus. We have filled the open custodian position at Eastern Montgomery Elementary School. We did have a new vacancy open up there, so there is 1 elementary custodian vacancy. And our secondary custodians, we have candidates selected for BHS and CHS, and we are in the hiring process for AHS and AMS. So if all of those processes finish out, we could have all of our secondary custodian positions filled. So that's a quick update on the status of our vacancies. And then lastly, I just want to give you a quick update on substitutes. We've hired a number of new substitutes, so we're now up to 503 active substitutes. As you can see, 39 of those are new, and we have seen a bump in our fill rate for both teachers and aides. The teacher fill rate for January was almost 94%. That's up from 89% in December. Our aide fill rate is up to almost 45%. It was about 40% in December. So we've made some progress there. Any questions?
So how do things look as far as administration when we need substitutes?
When we need substitutes for administrators for out, we have a limited number of substitute administrators. I think we have 4 active substitute administrators. Those are active subs who, most of them are retired administrators who have the administrator license.
Okay. Thank you.
Board, any other questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are now up to unfinished business. Are there any items of unfinished business?
I hesitate to ask at such a late hour about the collective bargaining agreement. I know it's with the lawyers going back and forth. Is there, how do we get this done? I mean, I feel like it's really disrespectful to the MCA to be waiting this long. I mean, can we give a date to the lawyers, say this is when we need to have this, like, what do we do to complete this?
We can take the lawyers out of it.
Or do we need a different legal counsel? Tell the legal counsel, like, get this done.
We don't need the legal counsel. That's been a hang-up from the beginning. There's an MCEA and the superintendent have come to an agreement, agreed upon it, sent it to the lawyers, they screw around with it. Then they want to say, okay, now you all look at this and that, and then they still want it to go their way, not the way we want it. So.
Yeah,
we
I
need to
saw,
get
I
the
was like,
lawyers
this is
out
not
of it.
rocket science. I saw
Exactly.
the original agreement. I saw
Back
the
for the
changes that were
lawyers to
made. I
get-
was like, this is ridiculous.
I don't disagree,
sorry, I
and
just think
I'm
this
not
is
going to speak in favor ever of attorneys, but I think we're close. You know, the conversations that I've had with our attorney is, you know, I'm the intermediary. She'll talk to their attorney. I guess they talk to the MCA leadership, and then they get back. And there's been some dialogue about specificity on some language and specific things like you would imagine an attorney would argue about, right? The verbiage and the exact language for this or that. And I do think there's some, again, I never thought I'd say something in favor of an attorney for as long as I live, but I do think there's value in making sure that we cross the T's and dot the I's for a new agreement, something we've never had in the county before, that I would feel more comfortable having an attorney say, yes, this has their stamp of approval and would hold up in a court of law, right? So I think we're close. If it's okay with the school board, I'll call them tomorrow and give them a definitive deadline. Hey, we need this by the 20th, our next meeting, or we're just going to take what you have and move forward or something. Am I okay to call the attorney with something like that?
I said, amen.
But
It's done.
the deadline, the Friday before our next meeting, not the day of our next meeting,
So a week from Friday.
a week from this Friday.
You all okay with that? I'll call tomorrow.
Whether you're a fan of collective bargaining or not, getting the lawyers out of the middle is a good thing. So let's do that.
Well, it's costing money. I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
you know, Ms. Bond, you've talked about concerns about how much this is costing us. You should be like, get this done.
Okay. One other item I think that's appropriate for unfinished business. Not sure what has been the norm in the past when we have a major construction project ongoing, but would it be appropriate to get periodic updates about CHS?
Yeah, we're planning on doing that. I know Dr. Whitaker's working on that too. And, you know, you want to share some information you got today, Dr. Whitaker?
Every time I drive by there, there's fences and trees down and stuff everywhere.
I would love to. Yeah, I'm happy to provide an update every time that you would like, what I'm happy to do. So we have demolition occurring. It's exciting. The pavement has been removed. There is dirt. We have started taking down brick this week. So, you know, the fence was up. Now the fence is up and it's wrapped in a screen. It's good for folks to know the reason the screen is there. It's not necessarily because we don't want people to see. It's because we want the dirt and things to stay in. So we're very excited about that. But I just provided to Dr. Bragan today for his update that he does that goes out, some pictures of it. But there is brick that has come down. Of course, we're going to repurpose some of that. So we're saving the brick, but the parking lot is gone. The fences are up. The trailers are there. We have a bill for $1.79 million, getting ready to get processed next week. We are spending money, you know. We're very, very excited. This is going to be the fun part. You know, before, I know people felt it might be moving slowly, but you got to tie off the pipes and the electrical and the water, and you can't just start cutting into the earth. And so we gave the notice to proceed on December 28th, and they've been actively moving. We're doing a lot of owner direct purchasing. So for the new board members, what that means is we're purchasing it for the contractor so that we can save, we don't pay tax, so that we can save the tax, and that is saving us a great amount of money. So we've been working really hard on our owner direct purchasing, on getting those things in, but there is movement happening. We're also in the process of getting ready to have a live stream so that people will be able to watch and see what is happening. But I encourage you to, I can actually send the board a couple pictures tomorrow if you'd like me to, of the things that are happening. But this has been an exciting week for us at Christiansburg High School. And then we'll be coming back, as Dr. Bragan said, to give you an update on all of those projects. We have many, many of those that are complete. All the HVACs are happening this summer. So we have lots of facility updates. I believe we're going to do that at the March 6th meeting, was when we had planned to do that one, but I could be off on the dates.
Great. So that, you said 1.79 million is the bill that you just received?
1.97, if I said it backwards, I'm sorry.
Right.
Yes.
Is that the first bill, or how much of the $90 million have we spent down to date?
So that's the first bill of this section, but we already did phase 0 and phase 00. So we've already paid for those components. I can bring back to the exact of where we are on each of those, that I don't have that number. I could look in the phone, but I can have that for you at the next meeting.
Right, and also what the schedule of payments are that are expected over the next, every quarter.
So we have right now our temporary, but within our contract, what they are provided. So we issued the notice to proceed on December 28th. They have the first 30 days to give us a 120-day schedule. We do have that schedule available. Then within the first 120 days is when they have to give us the rest. So I can't give you the full schedule yet because within our contract, they still have time to provide that. But they actually did give us through August. They only had to give us the first 120 days, but we have that planned through August at this time.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
Great. We can talk during agenda prep. I'd like to just try to get something kind of standing on the agenda so Dr. Whitaker can be prepared and we can ask questions if we want to. So that'd be awesome. But really just to keep the excitement going on this thing is now that things are moving. Very cool. Great. Any other items of unfinished business? Okay. Are there any items of new business?
I have an item. During this legislative session in Richmond, there are bills moving through the Senate and the House, Senate Bill 225 and House Bill 498, that if signed into law will require school boards to develop a policy to provide parental notification regarding safe storage of firearms. And there's other specific language in the bill. They're pretty identical or totally identical about how this information needs to be presented and distributed. So really, it's just one more piece of information that schools would distribute among the many, many other things that they already do. And I would like the board to please put on a future agenda an opportunity to discuss moving forward to develop a similar policy as a proactive measure, regardless of whether the bill is signed into law or not.
I agree, and we have had folks come to speak to the board about offering help with how that we can do that, because I believe it's very needed. So I have something. So at some point.
Sorry, Ms. Franklin, can we get some nods, thumbs up? Are we good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
With our nutrition program, is the nutrition group, is that contract up for renewal, or where are we at with that?
It's going out for RFP. We just got approved by the VDOE to send that out. I think it's going out as we speak in the near future.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
So I just want to make sure the board is included in that process.
That was the plan.
Okay. Thank you.
So I had two items. The first, I would like to get on the agenda at a meeting as soon as possible. The review of the strategic plan for buildings for the county, how we're going to be replacing these buildings. During our last joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors, they were suggesting that there would not be funds for capital improvements until 2032. Of course, we have 19 school buildings plus administrative buildings in this county. Suggestion is 20-year cycle on replacement or renovation. That means that every year we should be replacing or renovating one building. So 2032 is not going to get us to that one building per year or even close. So then my other item, that was the end of that item.
I guess nods on that one? Everybody good adding that to an agenda?
I'm waiting on that one, yep.
Yep, I figured.
And then I would also like to propose, and this is not an immediate thing, but that we have this well-put-together detailed budget by the end of the calendar year, every year moving forward. I know we don't know all the monies that we're going to be receiving from the state and the local governments. However, our needs don't change that much. We can have this at our first meeting in every new year. I don't think we need to wait to put it together.
We could definitely do that. And the thing that would be absent would be what the state funding was, right? And that would always be, we'll get that numbers when we get it, add them in, and then that'll help us determine the tax base and stuff.
Okay, great. Any other items of new business?
For a future discussion, I don't know if this should happen at the board retreat or a regular scheduled meeting, but there a couple of times the cell phone usage has come up. And I know that a number of districts are actively involved in either piloting, implementing, or have implemented policies. I think it's incumbent upon this district to take up this issue.
Absolutely.
So Ms. Bond and I have been talking about that for a while now, so, no, that's okay. We've been toying with that because it's been an issue. We've got students who are not paying attention in class, and then we've got students that are using it to commit illegal acts such as filming fights and things like that. I don't think they're aware of the trouble that they can get into, and not to mention the bullying and the social media and all of that. So, yeah, absolutely.
And there's a bill being discussed right now, and the debate about it is whether it's actually needed, because school boards have the authority at this point to put a policy in place. So I don't think this is that difficult. I mean, there has to be community buy-in, and there has to be a plan in place, but I think we should talk about it.
Between the cell phones and the vaping, I'm not sure how anything's getting learned.
I think I made that point earlier, but anyway. So the retreat, what are the plans for that? And what exactly are we going to be doing? So
Yes.
that can be put in place too.
Yeah. So we're exploring options right now. I wanted to get some input from my my partner in crime over here on some ideas, and then get that out to the board. Yeah, those plans are underway. We do need to develop an agenda, obviously, so need to make sure that that's on a future agenda to discuss the agenda. We'll do that.
And Jamie, we ain't going up on that mountain, okay?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with going to Roanoke.
All right, great. Anything else? All right, are there any announcements?
Yeah, so I have a couple of announcements. So last meeting, I reported on that the state Senate had moved out of committee a bill to pass free lunches and breakfast for all students in the state. Just recently, they decided to table this bill because of the cost. The cost is $350 million over 2 years. Just for reference, that's about $35 per person in the state over 2 years, $17.50 per year per person. And for comparison, just before our elections this past year, many of us as taxpayers received a $200 rebate per filer that were over $11,950 for a single filer and $23,900 for a couple filing jointly. This totaled to about $1 billion. Could have paid for our free lunch and breakfast for students for 6 years. Please call your legislatures and let them know that we would like to join the states that provide free lunches, which are California, Maine, Colorado, Minnesota, New Mexico, Vermont, Michigan, and Massachusetts, so that no child in our state under our watch has food insecurity. All right, on to a happier note. On Friday, January 26th, Ms. Purcell and I, along with Dr. Bragan, Had the privilege of visiting the school systems in Eastern Montgomery and Auburn. We would like to thank the staff, all the staff of both school systems for their hospitality and care for our students. A few highlights from Eastern Montgomery, where we toured Shawsville Middle School with Mr. Brandon Keith, the principal, and saw students hard at work in robotics, gym, and English classes, along with getting to see their beautiful early 19th century theater stage. Next, we proceeded to Eastern Montgomery Elementary School, where we met a lovely pair of grandparents joining their grandchild for lunch in the cafeteria, and Principal Dr. Lori Comer and Assistant Principal Ms. Kate Stewart showed us around the all too familiar footprint of the school, as I'm coming from Price's Fork Elementary School, which has an identical footprint. And lastly, while in Eastern Montgomery, we visited Eastern Montgomery High School, where Mr. Todd Lewis provided a tour of the seniors' wing of the buildings in this wing. We saw 2.5 decades of 10-foot by 10-foot murals painted by senior classes with talent beyond measure. Again, I would like to thank the principals, staff, and students for showing us what great schools we have in our county. With that, I'll hand it off to Ms. Purcell, who will speak about our visit to Auburn.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roundtree. So we began our visit to the Auburn Strand with Auburn Middle School, which, like Shawsville, was built in the 1930s as a works progress administration project. And there's a beautiful mosaic of Franklin Roosevelt in the hallway to commemorate that effort. It's pretty cool. You'll have fun when you go, Ed. Principal Krogi Marshall and Assistant Principal Burl Graves took time to show us much of the school. A standout for me was the theater class, where 2 students performed monologues just for us as surprise guests. And I just thought that takes a lot. I know they were in theater class, so they're working on those skills, but you have a bunch of strangers show up and just to perform. That was really very touching to me. We also got to visit the robotics class, Mr. Ashby's class, as Dr. Bragan had been speaking about earlier, and they were prepping for their visit from a NASA astronaut that happened the next week. At Auburn High School, we were able to peer into their impressive wood shop and welding rooms, among many other facilities. Mr. Hurd was unfortunately pulled into a meeting, so we didn't get to interact with him. And finally, at Auburn Elementary School, Principal Regas and Assistant Principal Crawley took time to show us the famous Reiner Diner, the library, the preschool room, and just observe as students moved about their day. But maybe to talk about familiar footprints, the Auburn Elementary School is very similar to Kips, with a similar problem of carpet, which was a good idea in the 90s, is not such a good idea now. Maybe just the facility improvement to keep in the back of our minds. So we are both so grateful to Dr. Bragan, the leadership, faculty, and support teams at each school, and especially the students for allowing us to visit.
That's awesome. I'm jealous. I didn't get that tour. One announcement I'd like to make. Next week, February 12th through 16th, is School Board Clerk Appreciation Week. And although we have an interim clerk right now, we definitely appreciate her. So I just want to take a moment to say thank you to Tosh and all the hard work you're doing for us. Great. Any other announcements, Board? The upcoming school board meetings are, where did my thing go? Are listed. Obviously, our next work session would be on the 20th. And other meetings to follow if we need. So next up, we'll go into closed session. Do I have a motion to enter into closed session as authorized by section 2.2-3711?
So moved.
Of the Code of Virginia to discuss one personnel matter. I heard a so moved in a second.
Second.
Wait. Dr. Guitry, I think, made the motion, and I think Ms. Purcell was the second. Any discussion? Ms. Osborne, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Ditcher?
Oh, yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Closed session.